How are you? And you're ready to? Yeah. Good afternoon. Rules Committee will come to order, and thank you very much for joining us today. We've got a wonderful packed house, as we said we would convene at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Today we're going to hear testimony and amendments on those submitted to H.R. 1735, the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2016. This year, the committee received several hundred amendments, which was a record, which is an indication of the number of ideas that our members not only feel strongly about, but in many instances, members who have frontline experience with the United States military and who see a better way that we can help prepare our military as men and women, not only for its future, but also to represent their ideas that are back home. A number of members plan to testify on those amendments, and I look forward to hearing their thoughts. It is important to note that if you have not been before the committee in the last couple of years, that we are interested in hearing from you. We also have several hundred amendments to get through, and you will see that the committee members are intensely interested in your ideas. What I would submit to you is, when we get it and you get it that we get it, then probably be brief and let's move on. There are questions that this committee will have. We consider that your ideas are important for us to understand, however. And so if you keep receiving questions, it's my hope that you'll keep giving good answers. But otherwise, we're trying to get through this deliberative process for a reason. I also want to acknowledge that there are some amendments in here which are very difficult, which are going to provide one way or another some thoughtful answers on. And I will tell you, I'm the first one to say that I disagree with bringing what I think is outside or ancillary issues like immigration to this bill. But that's being brought to the committee, and we're going to have to deal with that. And so if that's your amendment, I'm not trying to berate you, but I will tell you that I believe that the philosophy that we've got to have is, I sure wish we dealt with that at the Judiciary Committee. And that's where I stand on this issue. So I'm delighted that you're here. I would like to defer, if I can, to the ranking member, the gentleman from Massachusetts, for any opening statement he'd like to make, and then we're going to get started here.
I have no opening statement. Look forward to the testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. McGovern, Mr. Hastings, and your committee members to my side spent a good bit of time yesterday preparing ourselves as we had Mr. Smith and Mr. Thornberry that were here, and we're delighted that you're here. With that said, I'm going to call up our first panel that would include Mr. Langevin, and I'm delighted that you're there. Jim, we're going to let you go first, but I'd like to also have the gentleman, a member of the United States Marine Corps, United States Army from Colorado, Mr. Kaufman, who would join us. Mr. Russell, we would ask that you please join this first panel. And Mr. Waltz, we're delighted that you're here. I saw you this morning, so we decided we're going to pick on you early on. So if you'll take one of these chairs, that would be great. Please do remember that anything you have in writing, if you would leave it for our awesome stenographer, it will allow her to do her job so much better. If you follow the script, that's great, but we're delighted you're here. Jim, thank you for taking time to come up here. And if you'll please make sure that that microphone is on if you're going to speak, and if you need water at any time, please let me know. The gentleman is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a pleasure to be back before the committee once again, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today on the rule under consideration. As a senior member of the HASC, I'm well aware of the vital role played by the rules in the NDAA, and I appreciate the committee's and the staff's dedication to reviewing the many proposed amendments that are before you. I'm offering the amendment in question, Langevin number 276, along with Representatives Robin Kelly, Ruben Gallego, Susan Davis, and Jackie Spear. This amendment is quite simple. It would strike Section 1085 from the bill, thus maintaining the Civilian Marksmanship Program, or CMP, in its current form. To give you some brief background, the CMP was created in 1903 in the aftermath of the Spanish-American War. Many of the soldiers who served in that conflict, most of whom were volunteers or belonged to National Guard units, had little to no rifle training, and the Army was deeply concerned that poor marksmanship would impair the effectiveness of the force. In response, the CMP assists rifle rangers around the country and sponsors marksmanship competitions. Since 1996, the CMP has existed as a separate nonprofit corporation and has been funded through the sale of surplus M1 Garand rifles it received from the Army. Section 1085 would fundamentally alter the CMP by including handguns within its mandate. Specifically, it would instruct the Army to transfer 100,000 M1911A1 .45 caliber pistols to the CMP Corporation for sale to the public. Now, this raises a number of serious concerns. First, as you are all no doubt aware, handguns are used in the vast majority of gun crimes. In 2012, of the 7,106 firearm-related homicides in which the type of weapon was known, fully 6,371 of them, or 89.7%, involved a handgun. In contrast, only 322, or 4.5%, involved the use of a rifle. So the infusion of an additional 100,000 weapons on our streets is deeply troubling, particularly when the very characteristics that make them prized by our armed forces, compact size, high reliability, and a .45 caliber punch, make them equally attractive to criminals. Now, it's worth noting that the CMP, not being a federally licensed firearms dealer, is not bound by the Gun Control Act of 1968, despite the fact that it can sell across state lines. The CMP also lacks any statutory requirement for record keeping for verification of information it obtains to ensure that it is not selling to prohibited persons. Finally, I must note in passing that given the excellent firearm safety and training classes offered by NGOs and private gun clubs around the country, I don't believe that a giveaway of millions of dollars worth of property bought and paid for by the U.S. taxpayer is necessarily warranted. Mr. Chairman, this amendment is quite evidently germane, but it is also timely. During committee consideration, we did not have any input from the administration on Section 1085 before it was added to the mark. However, both the Department of Justice and the Army have since provided feedback. They share many of the concerns that I have highlighted, with Justice pointing out that it has traced 1,768 M1911s per year over the last decade due to their involvement in criminal activity. Both Justice and the Army urge continued study of this matter before making it the law of the land, and I would ask your consent, Mr. Chairman, to insert the Army's information paper on this matter to the committee record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With that, I'd like to again thank the committee for the hard work that it always does on the NDAA, and I urge you to make Langevin number 276 in order, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Langevin.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Minnesota, if you would turn that microphone right around to you. Gentleman's now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to you and to the ranking member and to your staffs, thank you for the opportunity and the hard work that you do. As all of you are well aware, in late January, after nearly 2 years of work, the Military Compensation and Retirement Modernization Commission, commonly called the MIC report, came out with its report on modernizing pay and benefits for the military, and I thank them. They put a lot of hard work and a lot of thought into this. They came up with 15 recommendations to totally overhaul military pay and benefits, many of them very well thought out. This is the first major attempt to overhaul the all-volunteer force since 1973, and there are huge implications for the things that we put into place. There's one recommendation that has been the committee put in order in this NDAA, and that deals with replacing the current 20-year cliff vesting military retirement system with a blended defined benefit and a 401k style package. be very clear about this. These recommendations are very appealing to a large section of our military. Fully 83% of our warriors leave the military before reaching the 20-year mark, and they leave with no retirement benefits. And so what this does is it allows them to get matching funds into a thrift savings plan type of a 401k and allows them to go. The question that I don't think has been answered, and it was put into here, what are the impacts on those career soldiers getting to 20 years? Last week I was out at Fort Wainwright in Mr. Young's district of Alaska at Joint Base Lewis McChord at the National Training Center. And I ran in the mornings with soldiers. I ate breakfast and lunch and trained with them. And I asked them, almost all of them are unaware of what's going on. When I put the question to them on this, almost to a warrior, they expressed concern that our E7s, E8s, and our majors would take the benefit and leave before reaching 20 years. And so I fully support the idea of making sure we have something there, that we provide this retirement to those warriors who are serving. But I ask if it's fair or wise for those who stay 20 years, the way we're paying for this is reducing that benefit down from 50%, the 2.5, and the multiplier down to 2. So we're really asking our warriors who decide to stay to 20 years with all the experience and all the expertise and all the institutional knowledge to make up the difference to provide for those who leave early. And so my question is, and what I'm asking on this is let's just simply not make one pay for the other and pit our warriors against one another. Leave the multiplier where it was, put this into place, and move forward from there. So I ask consideration to make this amendment in order. And
Which one is that?
That's right. Excuse me, that's Walls number 330. And I believe it's myself and Colonel Gibson from New York.
Thank you.
And I have one last one, Mr. Chairman. I'll go quickly. This is amendment number 2 that piggybacks off the first amendment. As all of you are aware, members of this committee and every member of Congress, our National Guard is truly an integral component of our total force of the United States Armed Forces. We can't go to war without the National Guard, and our citizen soldiers and airmen sacrifices to the nation have contributed greatly to our national security. The men and women who serve in the reserve components take the same oath to protect our country, and they're held to the same exact standards. They're sacrificed their time, energy, and stand at the ready, many serving in combat on multiple deployments. Unfortunately, the personnel compensation and retirement that's now available in the National Guard is not commensurate with their service and sacrifice. And what we did with the defined benefit plan that's going in and the changes to that, for those reserve components who serve 20 years, we honor their service with similar benefits to the active forces, with one exception. They cannot draw upon their annuity until age 60. All of us can, but not the National Guard. It's been in effect since 1948. Active duty retirees have been able to draw on it, as have federal workers. National Guard has to wait till age 60. This amendment's about recognizing their service and sacrifice and the integral role they play in the all-volunteer force. Providing a defined benefit thrift saving plan for all committee members, as proposed in this, assures that those future members leave with something. So if we do not change this with the National Guard, a warrior who does 30 years in the National Guard will have to wait to draw their retirement, but someone who does a 4-year enlistment and leaves with a portable annuity would have that opportunity, of course, with tax consequences, but they would be allowed to do so. So what I ask in this is I ask this committee to support the amendment that would allow reservists and National Guardsmen to draw their annuity at 20 years, as every other armed forces does, and the ability of federal service to lower that. So I ask you to make this in order, and I again thank you, Chairman, for
Thank you very much. Mr. Kaufman, welcome to the committee. We're stand in your debt for your service, not only to the United States Army, but the United States Marine Corps. And your service to our country, I believe, has been highlighted many times, not just by myself, but I believe the Rules Committee each time you come up, and we're delighted that you're here, and gentlemen's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate all your work, and the ranking member and committee and staff. Mr. Chairman, in 2013, Secretary of Defense Hagel had announced a goal of reducing headquarters budgets and personnel by 20% to achieve a cost savings of $10 billion over 5 years and $40 billion over 10 years. That year, in Section 904 of the FY14 National Defense Authorization Act, we passed just that. We put into law that the Department of Defense headquarters reduction goal, we put that 20% in terms of their budget and personnel. However, the Department of Defense has yet to deliver this plan to Congress for how they would affect these reductions. This year, in the chairman's mark, we reaffirmed that 2014 mandate of the Defense Authorization Act, that there be that 20% reduction over a 5-year period. An amendment was passed in committee that restricted those cuts to the what's called the NCR, the National Capital Region, which is basically parts of Maryland, all of the District of Columbia, and Northern Virginia. And so that they would face the reductions and the rest of the country would be exempt. The difficulty is that it makes it very hard for the Department of Defense to try and be efficient in terms of looking at redundant capabilities outside of the district of the NCR area, and just limiting those cuts to one part of the country. I've got 2 combatant command headquarters in the state of Colorado that under this amendment would be completely exempt from cuts in terms of trying to affect efficiencies in the Department of Defense. I think we need to go back to the chairman's mark, back to which reaffirms what is already in law that was passed in the 2014 NDAA. And so I would ask that you accept my amendment and allow it to be voted on the floor that would go back to the language of the chairman's mark and allow the Department of Defense the ability to look at through the whole system to affect this 20% and not simply limited to one area.
Ms. Kaufman, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Russell, welcome to the Rules Committee. We're delighted that you're here. Your service to this great nation, I believe with the United States Army, is not only well documented and well understood, but your strong support of the men and women who are today in the field is also well known. We're delighted that you're here, and the gentleman's now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, and to the members of the committee. This is the first time I've had the opportunity to address the Rules Committee, so I thank you for that opportunity. This amendment is pretty simple. It ensures that we protect the health and combat readiness of our female warriors as they aim to be incorporated by the armed services as they pursue integration options as defined by current law. It does not change dates or guidelines, nor is it intended to do so. The intent of this is pretty simple. It identifies the likely short-term and long-term health effects to such members as they would enter or be assigned to military career designation fields that are earned by their right. It also takes the results of such studies and it causes guidelines so that the armed forces can mitigate the health and injury impacts to such members as they would enter these fields. The intent is to have the best combat-ready force, whether male or female. It's not to injure warriors regardless of gender, but rather it is to make sure that these warriors are not relegated to permanent injury and by proxy second-rate care and some of our things like VA health care afterwards. In the December 2014 British study, one of the things that was noticed was a 40% higher injury rate that we see with our female warriors as they are gaining these qualifications. The good news is that qualifications are being gained. We are seeing gaps that are being trained to, but what is not really being looked at in our studies is the way to mitigate these injuries. We've made a lot of progress. For example, in the 1980s, if you would have asked me when I was in the U.S. Army infantry, if we would have seen female warriors turning in a sub-35 miler, we would have all said impossible. Are they doing it today? Yes, they are, due to training, due to diet, due to physiology and other studies that we have. But we have to take these mitigating factors into account so that we don't permanently injure them. The intent is that we have warriors that are available 15, 20 years down the road, not have them achieve some qualification and then have them permanently injured and no longer available as they would progress. There's also the Borden study in 2011 that shows a 10 times higher ACL rate and other types of injuries. The good news about the Borden study is that they also show ways to mitigate that. So that's simply what this amendment is calling for. It's so that we would be able to train the gaps, that would be able to have trained available forces that would be available as the military puts this type of investment in. And I would ask for your support for this to be incorporated into the committee print, and would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. The gentleman I see where he has 1, 2 amendments, are these together, 41 and 250? Or which one do you believe you had just addressed?
I would have to defer, unfortunately, to the staff on which one that would be. The other one is the fire hose amendment, but this one is the one dealing with the.
Seems to be number 41.
Okay.
There just was not enough information on 250 that I saw, except buying products, and I didn't know what the products were related to.
Yeah, that was the fire hose, not the.
Fire hose, okay.
Not the women's health issues.
Good, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm struck by some of these amendments. Was yours debated in the committee?
Mr. Chairman, when we had looked originally at the full markup, as you may recall, I joined the House Armed Services Committee very late. We have been doing a number of studies and even field studies going to different bases. Chairman Thornberry was fully aware and read in of our efforts in this regard. We did have an amendment that was prepared for the full markup, but there were still a few language issues that we felt needed to be cleaned up, and so we wanted to make sure that we did it correct rather than rush through it.
Good, thank you very much. Tim, tell me more about your effort to ensure this equity. I call it equity. And about what the chairman has done, because I know Chairman Thornberry has felt very strongly about reorganizing and revamping this system of benefits and annuities.
Yeah, sure.
Slightly disagree, you're trying to make it better. I don't know enough about the circumstance. We'll get to study this, but.
No, absolutely, and you're asking the right question, Chairman, and it's not so much of a disagreement on this, that I think there's a fairness issue, and I think the commission did an excellent work. It was some of our former colleagues, it was military folks. I think the question that I have is that the commission's charge was not to find cost savings, and I think they did that in good faith. But the problem we've got is that they are trying to find cost savings, and they're all coming out of the personnel account. And I think doing so, they're trying to bring fairness back to the system. My biggest concern to you, Mr. Chairman, as someone who spent 20-plus years in the military, is it's not just lip service, but those mid-career senior NCOs and officers are truly the ones getting things done. And I don't think we have enough data at this point to understand. And the question on this is, there is no doubt changes need to be made. The legacy costs are going to be high, and we have to figure that out. The question I have is, no one has provided data at this point what the implications are going to be on the retention of the mid-career to the 20-year folks. And what this is trying to do is, I think, to be very honest with you, is to bring in the sense of fairness to it. Don't ask the 20-year folks to pay for the annuities to the younger ones, and don't ask the National Guard to wait till later if you're changing the system to bring them all into alignment. So that's the point. And the chairman, I think he and I agree on this. Many of us agree, but I think, and especially was expressed from many of my colleagues who were veterans, that we don't know enough about it. And to be very honest with you, the all-volunteer force is not broken in terms of recruiting and retaining talent. You may argue it's broken in terms of cost, but that is a separate issue from getting folks in. And I think the potential here is to exacerbate the problem, forcing mid-career officers and senior NCOs out of the system inadvertently in an attempt to bring fairness to the system.
Makes sense. And thank you for your service in reminding me about that. Before I defer to the gentleman, the chairman from Oklahoma, I want to acknowledge my dad is in the room, sitting next to one of his favorite sheriffs, Rich Nugent. My father had an opportunity to serve in the United States Air Force, served as a captain during the Korean War and slightly after, then became a United States federal district judge and then FBI director to serve our great nation under President Reagan and President Bush, and I'm delighted to have my dad with me today. I think he felt like I needed help up here today. So with Rich Nugent, we now have I'm counting on Rich Nugent to be there with me. As a former member of the committee, Rich was always by my side, but you tend to like to be next to those guys that come armed to the teeth. So Rich, thank you for being back there with him and helping. I now would yield to defer to the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First, Director Sessions, thank you for your service, and thank you for being here. You have every reason to be very proud of your son. He does an extraordinary job for us each and every day up here. Let me start, if I could, just a couple of quick questions. I wanted to go to you, if I could, Mr. Walsh. This is actually something I'm very interested in. My dad was a career non-com guy, and so this sort of question, and my brother, who also served, would have fallen on the other end. He did 4 years now, wouldn't have had any opportunity to pick up a retirement issue. So I guess first question is, and I get your point about cost, but cost always matters. How would what you propose be paid for, or how much additional cost would be associated with it as opposed to what's in the bill?
Well, it wouldn't surprise you, Mr. Cole, that we're still waiting for CBO to come to it. And it is, it's no shock to anyone in this room that there is an added cost to this. If you're going to pay people's annuity sooner, there's going to be a cost. There's about 116,000 retirees would fall into that category, gray area retirees. On the other side of the house, and again, we're still trying to get numbers on this, if you don't take the multiplier down, if you don't take it down from 2.5 to 2, you do the thrift savings plan and the matching or whatever, there's a cost affected to this. My point, and I don't know, and I certainly don't bring it to you to make a political point on this, because I want it to be adapted and put in, that we're always told, go find, be accepted, because there is going to be great acceptance of the thrift savings plan piece of it, but there's going to be a cost. We don't have hard numbers on it yet. I would ask this committee, again, in finding offsets is critical. It's important. Don't limit those offsets to other personnel, because what you've done is you set up the 20-year folks, one brother against another.
No, I think your point's very, very well made, and I think we need to be very careful here about what we do for precisely the reasons you outlined. Second question, in terms of the adjustment to anybody's retirement, my assumption is that both what's in the bill, which I haven't had a chance to review, and yours are not retroactive. In other words, if you're currently serving now, you would keep whatever you have or have the option to go into something prospectively, but nobody's going to change.
That's absolutely correct. That's absolutely correct. Everyone's grandfathered in, and that is a very critical point. And again, I come back to this. No one has been able to answer to me, and there are no studies done on this, what is the projected change in behaviors for mid-career folks when they know they can leave. I can tell you anecdotally, if you've been out there on 3 deployments and you're setting out at the Northern Warfare Training Center and I told you you could walk at 10 years with $95,000 in thrift savings, they're going to walk. That's what they would tell you, because that's just kind of human nature. The question is that carrot that we dangle at 20 years, is it keeping the right people and the right experience to get out to 20 to make, bottom line on this, make us safer?
I would suggest when you do that study, you not waste a lot of time with the career soldiers. You talk to the career wives, because I can tell you, I got my dad out at 20 instead of 30, and it wasn't his choice. So there'll be a lot of family considerations that come in here, too, that will be very difficult to calculate.
If I could, and Mr. Cole's exactly right, maybe as much as anything on my point is, there's such a desire for us to move this, and I think this is one case, believe it or not, that Congress is actually moving faster than everyone else and maybe outstripping the readiness of both the troops, the spouses, the family, and the public, even though it might be the right plan, but it's not been described.
I think it's an excellent point. Last just question out of curiosity, I would assume even if you were planning to do the 20, or you do the 20, those professionals could still participate in the 401k as well? Could they choose both options?
They could, and there's different organizations out there. The Military Officers Association did it, and actually bringing the multiplier down for a 20-year E7 ends up costing them somewhere around $200,000 in defined benefits. But not to be disingenuous, you could also say, yeah, but they had matching funds, and the stock market's where it's at right now. They're actually going to end up with more money than just the defined benefit plan itself, which again, I agree with. The problem is in how we're paying for the defined, or the 401K matching in the thrift savings plan. But yes, they can do both, and I think, assuming you didn't retire in January of 2009, you were going to do, if you were today retiring as an E7 with both the defined benefit, the mixed plan, even at the reduced multiplier, you would probably end up with more money.
Okay, thank you. One question for you, my friend, Mr. Russell, in all due disclosure, used to be my state senator, so very proud that he's now my colleague in Congress. Great American, great warrior. We talked a little bit about this yesterday. Did you have and you may have answered this when you talked to the chairman, but I want to be clear. Did you have a chance to talk to Chairman Thornberry and see kind of, I don't know, does he have an opinion one way or the other?
We discussed a lot of this as we were formulating the direction we were going. I was very concerned that it wasn't somehow misread, that there was, some clandestine agenda or something of that nature. He was satisfied that there wasn't. I did discuss it also with him this morning to let him know what the improved language was. We've been in very close contact with his staff, making sure that they know where we are at each step of the way. As you can imagine, anytime we deal with a delicate issue like this, people may jump to conclusions. We wanted to avoid that, and that's why we were very careful to get the wording and the language correct.
Well, just to add this, and then yield back my time. If anybody has any suspicions that there is a hidden agenda here, let me just assure my colleagues, I've known the gentleman for quite a while. He's a pretty straightforward guy. What you see is what you get, and what he tells you is what he's trying to do. So, and I actually commend you because this is one of those things as we push to better integrate the force. I mean, there are issues like this we need to look at, and there are things that can be done. And I'm pleased you're looking for ways to try and help people that want to serve, and when they complete that service, to be as healthy as possible at the end of it. So I think you're to be commended. Thank you. Yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Gentleman yields back his time. Gentleman, Massachusetts recognized.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too want to welcome your dad here to the committee, and we're honored to have him here, and we appreciate his service. Look, my view on this is that these are all good ideas. Whether I would vote for every one of them is another story, but I think that we ought to be as open as possible on the defense bill and allow as many of these amendments to be made in order. I think they're all germane. We could probably save a lot of time here if we just said all germane amendments are in order, and even if it took a week or two to get the defense bill done, I think it's worth doing. But I support making all your amendments in order, and I hope we can do that, and thank you for coming. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. Gentleman, Judge Hastings? Yes, sir.
Welcome the judge. I haven't seen him in a long time, and it's good to know he's well. During our next break, I'm having lunch with Larry King, and I'll be sure to tell him that I saw you, Judge, during that time. Thank you, Pete, for having him here. Like Mr. McGovern, I think, and all of these amendments are thoughtful, and I would recommend that they be made in order, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Gentleman yields back his time. Is there any Republican that seeks time? Gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you. All four of these gentlemen serve on the House Armed Services Committee with me. Mr. Langenben's the ranking member on one of our very important subcommittees. And all four of you will remember that when we had that very long night into the morning, that the end result was a 60-2 vote to approve the bill. Now, various ones of us had amendments that we offered that didn't get in, or some did. But I think it really spoke volumes about our committee that even though you didn't get everything you wanted in, you still voted for the bill. And I really applaud you for coming before this committee today to offer perhaps some ideas you had that day that didn't get in or you were still working on, because I know this is so very important to all four of you. And I just wanted to say how much I respect your service on the committee, but also how important I think it is, and I don't think I'm the only person that thinks this, that when we deal with national defense, we do it on a bipartisan basis. We don't start making decisions because we're Democrats or Republicans or this or that. And I would hope there would not be an effort before we go on the floor for final passage of the bill in whatever form to try to get one party to do one thing and one party to do the other thing. Once we've got the final bill, and it's probably not going, it's not perfect to my way of understanding today. But it's our best effort to come up with the defense policy of this country, and I hope that we will continue to speak with that broad bipartisan voice when we do that. And I yield back.
I thank the gentleman very much. Gentlemen, I want to thank you very much. Mr. Russell, you did well enough to get invited back. Thank you for your great service to this great nation, and each of you for your work for the committee and the men and women who protect our country. Thank you very much. Yes, sir. I'd now like to call on the second panel. We would like to have the gentleman, Mr. Young from Alaska, Mr. Cooper, Mr. Nugent. And the gentleman from Hawaii, and I will let you correct me on the proper way to say your name.
Thank you, Chairman. Takai.
Takai, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, we're going to ask that you be the first witness. The gentleman's now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you for having these here. And I have four very simple, very good amendments, all germane. The one is a land transfer for the city of Galena. We worked this out with the Air Force. They want to get rid of the land, and it's the only highland near the near the Yukon River. They suffered a great flood 3 years ago, and the only place they can relocate is an old Air Force site. And we worked this out. Everybody agrees with it. It's a good it's a good amendment, and I hope you accept it.
Right, Mr. Chairman, what number is that?
That is the 29.
Number 29, thank you.
The second one, Mr. Chairman, if I may, I can go on, but I want to make this short. So the second one is the station of the F-35s. The sense of Congress was in the last armed services bill. Because of our airspace, the military's picked Fort Wainwright for the Eielson for the location of the F-35s. This is just to encourage them to continue the ability to have airspace training for that aircraft. They have already picked it, but we'd like to have the sense in the bill that that would take place, and that was in the last defense bill, so same one. That is Amendment 30.
Number 30.
The 31 is requesting the Undersecretary of Defense of Acquisition Technology and Logistics to report back to the defense committees on high cost of energy. A lot of our military, and I know we heard testimony today from another branch of the government about the military is stepping forward. But one of our highest costs in our military bases is energy, and a lot of it is outdated, antiquated, and it should be upgraded, and we want to know where they're headed in the long run to try to have the high cost of energy taken care of, so we have more military money for the troops on the ground, boots on the ground, and aircraft to fly. It's really a simplistic, and it is germane. And the last one is the repeal of the five-step Justification Act of approval by the Small Business Administration 8A program contracts over $20 million put in place by Section 811 of the National Defense Act of 2010 and replace it with a 12-step justification and approval process for the competition. And that made, very frankly, a lot of the sole source contracting non-competitive as far as the American Indians. And this fits the whole program. It's worked well to save money. There's really nothing that this doesn't do but lift the cap from 20 million to a higher rate. I believe it should be done. It's heavily used by the military to try to save money, and I think we're in this business to save money and still get the job done, and it's worked very well. There's no other reason other than the fact that if I could, Mr. Chairman, I'd say I'd like to, and I've talked to the chairman about this, have one amendment instead of 4 amendments. It'd be a lot simpler. And if you make them in order, that's what we're going to try to do through the staff work and the chairman himself. And these are good amendments. Of course, they came from the state of Alaska. And our salmon is good, Mr. Chairman, and your father likes salmon, so keep that in mind.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I will tell you, thank God for Alaska. It's not just a great frontier for us, but great people there, and we appreciate you being here today. Mr. Cooper?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have 2 amendments. One has to do with Israeli missile defense, and here I'm talking particularly David Sling, but also Iron Dome and the Arrow defense system. We have partnered for years with the State of Israel and created a remarkable missile defense system. Unfortunately, in the bill as written for the House, a lot of that money is fenced. My amendment would lower that fence. Other members of the committee, Mr. Bridenstine, Mr. Franks, had a similar amendment like mine. None of us were allowed to offer the amendment in the full committee markup because of referral issues with the Foreign Affairs Committee. So this is a very important measure having to do with full U.S.-Israeli cooperation on their vital missile defense system. So I think it's in the interest of all members and the interest of the security of Israel to make sure that we do not overly fence this money. So that's what my amendment would do on Israeli missile defense. My second amendment has to do with monitoring foreign nuclear weapons. It's obviously in the interest of all Americans for the safety of our own nation to know what other nations are doing. And many of us were shocked in committee when an amendment passed that would actually limit our technology for monitoring those weapons. It would prevent that technology from fully maturing. It's almost unbelievable. It would not allow that technology to develop beyond the prototype stage. And we have many national technical means for monitoring what other rogue nations are doing. We need to make sure we have the best technology, fully matured, so we know exactly what those people are doing. So I would urge the Rules Committee to not blind our nation to these very dangerous foreign military developments and let us have all and fully mature technological means for checking out the North Koreas, the Irans of the world. Those are my two amendments, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cooper. Mr. Nugent, welcome back to the Rules Committee. This is your home committee. I know Armed Services is one you prefer the most, but please don't forget your great service to the Rules Committee for a number of years, and I appreciate you coming back and for the service that you've given, also for your, I get it wrong every time, 2 sons.
3.
3 sons.
And I have to correct them every time. Dad, they watching this?
Well, you know, it's always easier.
Now, your dad,
It's
you know,
always easier to underguess than overguess.
it is.
Especially with age.
I appreciate that. And Mr. Sessions, to your dad, and Chairman, you know, your dad gave me a diploma at the FBI National Academy years ago, in 1990, I believe it was. And it was a great time. Your dad was a great director of the FBI. I don't think there's been one, maybe as good, but not better than him, that's for sure. So it is a real pleasure. And it's a pleasure to be back here in front of this committee. One of the things I love about this committee is that you give members unlimited amount of time to talk. And our statute of limitation on Department of Defense going back to a member and saying, hey, listen, you owe us money for possibly an overpayment in wages or what they dispute in regards to uniforms and equipment. And I have or 2 examples, actually. One is a lady who was called up from reserve duty. She was in retirement, called up reserve duty in the first Iraqi war, and was sent to Germany to care for any of those service members that were wounded. And that was in 2004 when she left service in Germany. And guess what? In 2014, she got a bill saying, you owe us money from a salary of $1,500 going back all the way to 2004. Now, at that time, that's 11 years ago, and there's no statute of limitations in regards to how far back Department of Defense can go to recoup. Now, I have one member in my office, actually, who was a academy in the Naval Academy in 1997. And last year, his tax return was held by the federal government because he owed for boots and uniforms from 1997. And they withheld his tax return last year. So the federal government, in all other areas, there's a statute of limitation typically. Even the IRS has a statute of limitation, except for the federal government and DOD. So DOD can go back and request that money, and then put a lien on your tax return or refund, and charge you interest and penalty And we intervened in the case and said, listen, can you give us the information, particularly as it relates from the Defense Accounting Services, the statement of leave? And they said, well, guess what? We don't keep that record. You have to go somewhere else to get that record. And it is amazing from the fact that the Department of Defense can do that, go back over 10 years to try to recoup something because their record system is so inadequate or poor that you would do that. Now, the best thing is that member of my staff that served 4 years in the Marine Corps, after his service, that's when they got his tax return last year, 17 years after the supposed overpayment or didn't pay for his uniforms. And then they find out that, guess what, they were wrong. And he was able to show documentation because most people don't keep records past maybe 7 years, but he kept those records. And the signature on what they had was not the same signature as his signature on his records. So they refunded his tax return. They gave him his money. And this year they sent him another check refunding it again. Well, this one he sent back saying, you know, you can't even get this right. We paid you once, and now you want to pay me a second time for the same thing. And thank goodness he's an honorable young man and gave that money back. So what this does is it says, listen, you can't go after somebody after 10 years. There's got to be a statute of limitations. Department of Defense, you got to get your act together and do a better job of your accounting and not try to put, the burden is on you, Mr. Sessions, to prove that you didn't get paid or that you did turn those uniforms. And the burden, there's no burden on the government at all to prove that you did not or that you have that documentation. So there is no scoring on this because it is actually kicked back by 10 years. We wanted to do it, 10 years from today, but Department of Defense couldn't even give us a number to give the CBO to score to do it today because they have no idea today what is owed to them. And so I think it's an undue burden to put on our military men and women to have an unlimited time period where the Department of Defense can go back and reach into your life and take money that you've paid in taxes and a refund that you're owed by the federal government can hold that back. And that's simply what this amendment does. It has an effective date, I believe, actually would be 2026 would be the effective date on it. So it falls outside of the CBO scoring time. And the reason we did that is because the Department of Defense couldn't give us a number to even score.
Thank you very much. I get that one. Mr. Kai, we're going to let you borrow that microphone right there. I don't know if you've been to the Rules Committee.
First time, Chairman.
Listen, good luck.
Thank you.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, members of the Rules Committee. It's great to be here.
Yes,
thank you. I have two amendments in front of you. One, I believe, is Amendment 81, and the other one is 82. The first one is a bipartisan amendment with Walter Jones from North Carolina. Would increase the DoD supplemental impact aid to $55 million. In the current NDAA, it's at $30 million. Increase would be $25 million more. As you all are aware, this would benefit schools and districts that hold major military installations across the nation. Schools that on average have 20% attendance of military-dependent students in the preceding years is counted by the federal impact aid application are eligible for the DoD impact aid. And since 1990, Congress has strongly supported the DoD impact aid, which provides this support to approximately 120 public school districts, educating the largest number of children of military personnel. As a member of the military myself and having deployed to the Middle East, I've always said that our responsibility in government is to really take care of the family, especially when members of our military are deployed, so they can fight the good fight and worry about what's in front of them instead of worrying about what's at home. And as you can imagine, education is such a big deal for military families. This is a $25 million increase. The offset I'm using, or we're using, is the Office of Secretary of Defense Administration and Service-Wide Activities Account, which complies with guidance given by the House Armed Services Committee regarding budgetary increases. I just ask Chairman, you and the members to make this amendment in order so we can help our military children in our school districts throughout the nation. I also have a letter that was signed by many members of Congress supporting this particular amendment, and I believe it's, I sent you copies. The second amendment is Amendment 82, which is also bipartisan with Chris Gibson from New York. And it's an amendment that would establish a program that would help our military servicemen and women who gain experience in the maritime trades to transition to careers in the U.S. Merchant Marines when they exit the military. This amendment would ensure that members of the armed services whose duties are primarily as members, as mariners, receive training opportunities necessary to meet the requirements for licenses, certificates of registry, and merchant mariners documents issued under the International Convention, which sets the qualification standards for masters, officers, watch personnel aboard seagoing merchant ships. Most mariners aboard U.S. flag vessels will require some level of STCW training, and many have already received equivalent training during their military careers. As you can imagine, this has been a priority of Congress, especially in the Army branch, where we've worked hard to transition military service members from, let's say, the medic to an EMT, or truck drivers in the military to truck drivers on the civilian side. So this is the attempt to help on the Merchant Marine side. This was not scored, or it was, CBO said that it didn't need any money to be scored, or something like that. It's okay, we don't need money. I urge the, cost neutral? No cost, thank you. I urge the Rules Committee to consider this amendment also in order so we can support our service members in their transition to a robust fleet. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you
Chairman.
very much. Chairman Cole.
Thank you very much. I just have a couple quick questions. First, my friend from Alaska, which I'm sure I'm very much in support of your amendment here. Your fourth amendment on the A8 contracting question. I'm sure I'm in support of all your amendments, Mr. Chairman. But that one in particular, just so people have a clearer understanding here, this isn't a set aside or card. This just would allow Native American firms to compete for higher contracts. That's really the essence of your amendment, isn't it? Because
Mr. Cole, that's exactly right. When 811 was put in the last defense bill, or 4 years ago, it was I think, a mischievous amendment, and it did put the Alaska Natives in a lesser position. And all we're asking them to have be able to compete with whoever it is.
And let me to expand on your point, not just the Alaskan Natives. I can take you to McAllister, Oklahoma, and show you Choctaw Indians that built for 20 years.
American Indians, let's put it.
Trailers, yeah. And, but they still have to compete. They still have to be cost competitive. This was a mischievous amendment put in on the other side of the rotunda.
And it was a mischievous amendment, and what I'm saying, it worked very well. It's been under scrutiny. And they found out this does save money, and I just want to play a fair playing ground. That's all I want.
In full disclosure, my own tribe is actually, I think at least was last year, the largest defense contractor in the lower 48. Yep. So very familiar with this, and I commend you for bringing the amendment. Second, Mr. Cooper, I have a quick question for you. I couldn't agree more with what you say about the Iron Dome, and I've had the opportunity to both, as many of us have, both see it in the field and go to Raphael where a lot of the original research was done. It's been a wonderful investment, I think, in a joint cooperative venture, and we saw it pay off and save a lot of lives recently. When you say lower the fence, tell me exactly what that means. I'm not sure I'm understanding.
There are a number of co-production and financing requirements. We have in the bill $300 or $400 million to help Israel pay for the systems. And we also receive the technology from that and some U.S. jobs. With David Sling, the controversy is particularly with the Raytheon company. And I'm certainly not against the Raytheon company, but I wouldn't want anybody in this Congress, or certainly not on this committee, to do anything that would put Israel at risk. And I'm worried that by putting this in legislative language, putting it in American law, we risk unnecessary red tape. These issues can be worked out much more easily in a more informal process than putting this in statute. So this is a remarkable step that I think the committee perhaps shouldn't have taken. As I say, we were not allowed to consider this in committee due to the referral issues with foreign relations. It's my understanding that Mr. Franks and Mr. Bridenstine have not offered the Rules Committee an opportunity to correct this situation. So unless my amendment is made in order, the fence will be pretty tall around David Sling money. And that might make Raytheon happy, but that's not necessarily in the interest of the State of Israel. So there are some legitimate issues that need to be worked out. I've talked with Ambassador and others. We can work this out, but let's not do it in statute. That makes it way harder to put it in stone.
That clarified. Thank you very much. I appreciate the explanation. Yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I thank you for being here. I appreciate your amendments. I think they should all be made in order. Thank you. Yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One, I appreciate the amendments being brought in. Sheriff Nugent, this is something you brought up that really needs a lot more of attention. And because I have seen this in our own commands, I've seen it, many times, where you just keep coming back and they'll send it. You tell, and I've actually had a couple of instances with airmen in which they tell them this is wrong, and they say no, we're not wrong, and they keep it aside because 6 months, 8 months, a year later, 2 years later, they come back and they ask for the money. You get an E1, E2, E3, E4. This is ridiculous. And one statement you made, and for some of us who are sitting here, I know Perry and others, when you said they had no idea, we should start this today. This shouldn't have to be wait for 10 years. This is something that should be, this is ridiculous. If the Defense Department can't account for this, then they lost it. And if they're listening, which I'm sure they are, come see me, 1504 Longworth, and explain to me why you can't do this.
I don't disagree.
NSA as well, but that's okay. Yeah.
Well,
Directly.
well, I don't think, and trust me, I don't disagree with you at all. Trying to get numbers from DOD, they don't even know what's owed to them. They don't have a clue. And when you sit there and like I said, one of my staffers, 1997, he was at the Naval Academy, got injured, left the academy, got better, joined the Marine Corps, became an officer in the Marine Corps, and then 17 years later, they say you owe $999, and they take it. The problem is they didn't even know, they don't have to notice you. I mean, they have to notice you, but if you're not there any longer, they don't have to find you to notice you. They just send it to your last address. Now think about where you lived in 1997. And if you're in the military, you've changed locations numerous times, but then they can just go out and grab your tax refund. And I agree with you, it ought to start today, but because of CBO scoring and the lack of Department of Defense's, I guess, clarity in regards to what's going on, we can't do it that way today. But I would suggest that next year, we're going to be in a much better position because we're going to try to get more information from DOD so we can actually get a score, because this is mandatory spending. Think about it. It doesn't go back in the DOD account. It goes back into the Treasury, so it's mandatory spending that we're affecting.
And I think this is, and as I was sitting here thinking about, and because it was, as I was saying, I've had this happen to me as well. So, I mean, it's one where they take it out of your reserve pay, which is, X, and, you just basically go, and after you've told them this was not supposed to be, and again, if CBO is the holdup here, I think we've waived other things, but this is just something that needs to be out there that people don't realize, and it affects, for those in command and for those of us who have to deal with folks, especially the ones that don't know, that they, the younger enlisted, the others who just, they get blindsided by this. They've spent it. They thought it was part of, especially the deployment issue when they get tied up with uniform allowance and other things. It's just amazing. I appreciate you bringing this up and the rest of you here for the comments and the amendments you have. But that one just struck a nerve close to home. One has experienced it, but also had to counsel with it as well. If it can't be this time, I hope it would be. But if not, it needs to start now. And if defense can't justify this, then they just need to give up on it. So, Mr. Chairman, with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a question for Mr. Takai about Amendment 82.
Yes.
When I read the first paragraph of your amendment, it seems to be very broad in that it would require everybody in the Department of Defense plus Department of Homeland Security, Guard, and Coast Guard. It says, shall carry out a program to enable members of the armed forces to obtain, while serving the armed forces, professional credentials. But then you go to the second page, and it seems to narrow that only to these mariner training credentials called STCW.
Right.
But I'm not sure, since I just got this, whether this amendment is as broad as the first paragraph, or if the rest of it narrows it just to the mariner standards.
Yes, thank you. I think the intent is to require the Department of Defense, in this case the Navy, to create a program, but specifically offer the training or the subsequent training for the STCW training.
So it's your understanding that this was drafted only for SCTW and not a broad mandate that they have these sort of credentialing requirements across the Department of Defense?
Well, it's not for the entire Navy. I mean, it's specifically for masters, officers, and watch personnel, those members of the military, in this case the Navy, who transition many times to the U.S. Merchant Marines, merchant fleet after they serve in the military. As I mentioned, similar to what we have done for EMTs, for medics, combat medics, to go to transition to EMTs, or for truck drivers in the military to transition.
Yeah, the reason I asked this question is that I went to Pensacola Naval Air Station several months ago, and the Navy's trying to get all of their training into some form where they can get it to a civilian credential. That's a huge order, and I would hesitate to do something that would require it department-wide. But if you're telling me that the way this is drafted, and I'm just now looking at it, is that your amendment only applies to the mariner standards and the STCW, I think that's pretty narrow. And have you heard from any of the services whether they have any problems doing this?
No, we have not heard.
They've not raised any objection to it that you know of?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you.
Committee, as every member has, things that they've got to be doing. So if at any time the gentleman would wish to, as opposed to me seeking his input, let me know. That'll be great. I don't want to delay that, but gentlemen, thank you very much. I appreciate all four of you being here. Mr. Nugent, thank you very much. The panel number 3 will now be called up. The gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Brooks, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Fitzpatrick, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Bratt, and the gentleman, the young chairman of the committee, Mr. Shabbat, gentleman from Ohio. Going to be 4 chairs there somewhere. I don't know how we're going to do it. Mr. Bratt, feel free to steal one of these. Yeah, not that one. Coach. Gentlemen, welcome to the committee. You've been here for a few minutes. Please know that we're trying to get through several hundred amendments. We appreciate you taking time. I know each one of you have been waiting here for at least an hour, and I appreciate that very much. We're delighted that you're here. Without objection, anything you have in writing will be entered the record. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I thank the chairman and the ranking member for the opportunity to testify. My amendment will protect our troops from terror hijackings by requiring that any aircraft that participates in the Department of Defense's Civil Reserve Air Fleet Program, or CRAF, to secure their cockpits by installing a secondary barrier door. These secondary barriers are inexpensive wire gates that protect the flight deck while the cockpit door is open. Security advocates have pointed out that when the reinforced door is open, there is a critical vulnerability that a terrorist can exploit. As you may know, Department of Defense, in partnership with the U.S. airline industry, operates the CRAF program in exchange for air carriers committing a limited number of aircraft to be called up in the event of an emergency. The airlines receive the opportunity to do business with the Department of Defense, and the airlines have received over $30 billion in business since 2001 by participating in CRAF. While I believe we need secondary barriers on every single large passenger aircraft, my amendment would only apply to those aircraft in CRAF. Right now, for the cost of one trained extremist and a first-class ticket, Al-Qaeda or ISIS can turn our aircraft into a weapon once again. And this is not just a hypothetical fear. Just 2 days ago, the headline of USA Today read, "ISIS next test could be a 9/11 style attack." Our ally Israel understands the vulnerability my amendment seeks to address. The cockpits of Israel's El Al airlines have a double security door feature. When one door is opened, the other door is closed. This amendment has 7 co-sponsors. The underlying bill, H.R. 911, has 42 co-sponsors, about a dozen of them members of the Armed Services Committee in the House of both parties. I'm told that, at least preliminarily, that the parliamentarian has indicated the germaneness of this amendment, and there's no cost to the federal government according to the CBO. So I would be happy to answer any questions the panel may have. I appreciate the time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Shabbat, thank you for taking time to come to the Rules Committee. I know that you have an important role and duty within this conference, and I'm delighted that you're here, and the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all the members of the committee here this afternoon. While I believe that Chairman Thornberry and Ranking Member Smith have reported a bill that will help small businesses as chair of the Small Business Committee, I'm here to advocate for one additional common sense acquisition reform. During the first quarter of this year, the Small Business Committee held 3 hearings looking at small business participation in the technological and industrial base. And this amendment, which is bipartisan, is co-sponsored by myself and Mr. Connolly of Virginia, is the result of our findings in those 3 hearings. First, the good news. In 2013, the federal government met its 23% small business prime contracting goal, and the majority of these dollars were awarded using full and open competition. Based on these results, the Small Business Administration, the SBA, gave the federal government an A grade for small business contracting, and that's very much improved over past years. Early indications are that the government met the goal again last year. However, it's not enough to simply meet the goal. The percentage of dollars awarded to small businesses is a good measure of success, but should not be the only measure. So here's the bad news. Despite the A grade from the SBA, the government failed to meet 50% of its statutory small business goals. Within the last 2 years, we've lost over 25% of the small firms registered to do business with the federal government, 25%. And that's over 100,000 small businesses across the country. The number of contract actions to small businesses fell by almost 60%, while the average size of a contract action increased by 230%. The numbers are even worse at the Department of Defense. Bundling and consolidation mean that requirements that used to be open to any qualified bidder are now routinely awarded to only a handful of firms. All of this means that fewer small businesses are allowed to compete for higher dollar contracts. And as a result, we have a declining small business participation rate, which reduces competition, and it's basic supply and demand. When there are fewer offers, the prices go up. So competition is obviously what we're working towards here. To address these problems, Mr. Connolly and I introduced this amendment, which would require that the SBA look at factors other than simply prime contracting dollars before assigning grades. The addition of industrial distribution information, participation rates, and subcontracting will provide a more nuanced and accurate picture of the true health of small businesses. It will transform the SBA's annual statutory procurement report from a self-congratulatory press release into a thoughtful document that will shape policy. This language has been supported by the National Defense Industrial Association, the Associated General Contractors, Women Impacting Public Policy, the Veterans Entrepreneur Task Force, the National Small Business Association, and many others. Our nation desperately needs a vital small business industrial base. It's fundamental to the health of our nation as a whole, and I would urge the committee to make the amendment in order so that small businesses continue to provide the Department of Defense and the federal government with innovation and competitive solutions to support critical programs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Mr. Brooks, welcome to the Rules Committee. We're delighted that you're here. Some anticipation of your arrival, and I appreciate you being here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Regrettably, the National Defense Authorization Act, as amended, undermines border security. During the early morning sleep-deprived portion of the House Armed Services Committee markup for the National Defense Authorization Act, Congressman Ruben Gallego offered an amendment that states in substance, quote, it is the sense of the House of Representatives that the Secretary of Defense should review, end quote, applicable law, quote, for the purpose of making a determination and authorization that, end quote, DACA illegal aliens are vital to the national interest and therefore eligible for, quote, enlistment in the armed forces, end quote. In a May 12, 2015 news release, Congressman Gallego states his amendment, quote, encourages the Secretary of Defense to allow, end quote, DACA illegal aliens, quote, to serve in our armed forces, end quote. Over the strong objection of House Chairman Mac Thornberry, Gallego's amendment passed the Armed Services Committee on a 33-30 vote. I offer an amendment that strikes Gallego's amendment from the NDAA. As you ponder how to vote, I hope you will consider the following factors. First, Americans serving in our military are already being hammered with layoffs and reduction in forces. Gallego's amendment makes matters worse for Americans who wish to serve in our military. From 2010 to 2014, 92,498 American citizens and lawful immigrants either were laid off from military service or their military service positions were riffed. In 2015, the Department of Defense estimates it will eliminate another 27,807 uniformed personnel positions. By the end of 2019, over the next 4 years, the Department of Defense estimates it will eliminate another 37,680 uniformed personnel positions. In total, then, between 2010 and 2019, the Department of Defense states it either has or will eliminate 157,985 uniformed personnel positions, thereby costing American citizens and lawful immigrants a total of 157,985 lost military service opportunities. What is the result? American men and women serving in uniform and in combat in Afghanistan and elsewhere have literally been handed pink slips while they are fighting for their country. Second, there is no labor shortage that justifies supplanting Americans and lawful immigrants with illegal aliens in order to meet military recruitment and retention requirements. Hence, there are no military recruitment or retention needs that justify hiring illegal aliens rather than American citizens or lawful immigrants. For example, in 2014, every branch of the military met their recruiting and retention goals and requirements by hiring Americans or lawful immigrants. Third and finally, I would submit that we're in Congress to represent and promote the interest of American citizens. Congressman Gallego's amendment does not, in any way, shape, or form, represent or promote the interest of American citizens. To the contrary, I'd submit that Gallego's amendment betrays Americans by encouraging the Secretary of Defense to hire illegal aliens rather than Americans. So that I'm clear on this point, each military service job claimed by an illegal alien pursuant to Gallego's amendment is a job lost to American citizens or lawful immigrants. In this time of downsizing America's military, there are a limited number of enlistment opportunities for American citizens. Each time an illegal alien is hired, an American or lawful immigrant loses. The ratio is 1 to 1, period. That is the math. In consideration of the foregoing, I ask the Rules Committee to either approve a self-executing amendment that strikes the Gallego amendment from the NDAA, thereby correcting the erroneous decision of the House Armed Services Committee, or in the alternative, I ask that my amendment to strike the Gallego amendment be ruled in order. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bratt, we're delighted that you're here before us. Your presence to this committee is important, and we're delighted that you're here. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member. I just want to second what my colleague just put forward in terms of asking for an amendment, and I think everyone here in the order of timeliness should just kind of recognize this issue, the immigration issue, doesn't really belong in this bill, and so. In the first place, that's in the second place, the only other time I've spoken before this committee was at the end of last year when the Cromnibus came up and we were debating the constitutionality of President Obama's executive amnesty. And so this issue keeps rearing its head in the strangest ways without going through regular order, without being debated on the floor, and that's our job, right? If the American people want this kind of policy, let's put it out for a vote in front of the American people and let them weigh in on it. And I think one of the reasons it finds its way into the midnight sessions is because some folks know it can't pass the test. Congressman just was very eloquent on the job implications, the military implications. I've heard no one make the strong case that this is good for the military. And so I don't think it belongs in here. I hope that the Rules Committee can deal with it internally without having to go to the floor tomorrow. I think that's the best way to recognize it doesn't belong in this bill. And we've been sharing that logic during this entire session. So thank you for letting me add a few words.
Mr. Brad, thank you very much. The opportunity for us to debate difficult issues happens at the Rules Committee daily. And we deal with things sometimes that are very common and germane and make a lot of sense. I happen to believe that this issue must be debated, and there is a regular and strenuous agreement by members of this committee, including the gentleman from Colorado who I have looked at him straight in the eye and said, we need to debate and have this issue brought to us. I've spoken a number of times to the gentleman from Virginia, the chairman of the committee, Judiciary Committee, Mr. Goodlatte. Mr. Goodlatte has assured me, and I've worked with Mr. Goodlatte, as Mr. Brad is aware, that I've spoken with him a number of times about moving forward an opportunity to address this. I concur with you. I do understand what Mr. Brooks is saying, and I appreciate both of you being here. You're not responding because you want to. You're responding because you need to. And we will take this matter up, and I appreciate your help and appreciate you being here. Gentleman from Texas, Dr. Burgess, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I also want to thank Mr. Brooks, Mr. Bratt for being here. And Mr. Bratt, you're new, but I think you said it better than any of us could. There is nothing about the Gallego Amendment that helps the military, and that is what we are about today, Mr. Chairman. This is a bill about the military. It's military pay and benefits. It is to determine the future course of the defense of our nation. This debate does not belong superimposed upon the NDAA. I trust, Mr. Chairman, we can find a way to work through this. I do not wish to see the entire bill that Mr. Thornberry has worked so hard to achieve put at risk because of the inclusion of an inadvised amendment by Mr. Gallego. Mr. Brooks has done what he feels is necessary for the protection of his country, and I appreciate that. But the amendment does not belong in this bill in the first place. So I thank all of you for being here today, and yield back to the chairman.
Yes, sir, and I thank you. As I had previously stated, that I've received an outpouring of member thoughts on this, and I think you've both represented your position well. Thank you very much. Does gentleman seek time for Massachusetts? Gentleman's recognized.
Yeah, just to point out that unlike a lot of things that happen around here, the Gallego Amendment actually went through regular order. There was a debate in the Committee of Jurisdiction, and there was a vote. It's not the result you wanted, but nonetheless, it happened in regular order. Lots of things that I don't like. To be clear that the process here was followed, and people have to like what the end result is, and that's why they've come with an amendment to the Rules Committee. But I just wanted to point that out because this was not some kind of something that mysteriously appeared. Actually, it was debated in the Committee of Jurisdiction and voted on. And I think that's just important to stress, and I would yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back his time. Judge Hastings does not seek time. Gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Well, I think that, this issue has been mischaracterized to a certain extent, because from what I understand of the committee debate, it was really all about military preparedness, making sure that we have the best possible people, whether that's physical capabilities, mental, psychological for our military. And unfortunately, if somebody is ruled out from serving, even if they have a desire, and even if they have DACA, that presumably means that the military has to avail themselves of the next best person on the margins, whether that means somebody who's less fit to defend our country or less of a match for the intense workload that the men and women who serve our country have. So from a national defense perspective, this is critical. I hope that we can, you know, and I understand the committee did this, a majority of the committee did this. You know, we all agree there's an immigration problem, right? And that's not in the jurisdiction of this particular committee, and it's something that many of us have worked hard at trying to address. From a military preparedness standpoint, we should defend our country as to the best of our abilities with what we have, and certainly preventing people from serving who would otherwise be the best to serve in that capacity reduces our military preparedness and makes us all a little bit less secure. So I do applaud the work of the committee in that regard. I mean, and there was this sort of unusual jobs argument. I think it was Mr. Brooks who made that. These are people that are working in the civilian workforce. So if they go to a job in the military, they're leaving a civilian job. So it's not a net gain or loss of jobs. The men and women who serve our country are making great sacrifices to do that. Freeing up a civilian job for an American citizen is an additional contribution they would be making if they choose to live a life of service to our country. My goodness, let an American have that civilian job instead of that DACA person. So this is really a job creator in the private sector. Again, that's not the primary concern of this committee, or I hope we're all viewing this through a national defense viewpoint. That's certainly how I view it. But the fact that it creates jobs for Americans in the private sector is certainly a side benefit of the committee's work. And I hope that that this is not, you know, stripped from the bill. We need to have the very best men and women that are serving to defend our country in those positions, and it's an arduous sacrifice that people make. If there's DACA holders that are willing to do that and who are the best people for the job, they should be the ones that do that work. And if it creates jobs for Americans in the private sectors on the side, that's great too. But I mean, that's not the fundamental concern we're addressing here today. So again, I do hope that regardless of what this committee does, that people view this as a opportunity to make sure that we have the very best men and women possible defending our country. And of course, if it creates civilian jobs for Americans as opposed to people who are here illegally, that's a great job. I would like to ask Mr. Brooks real briefly, do you agree that this bill then would create jobs for American citizens who would then fill those jobs that people who are here illegally currently have?
No.
Well,
That's
okay.
not the provision in the Gallego Amendment. The Gallego Amendment applies to, quote, an alien who possesses an employment authorization document. There is no requirement that they have a job.
Well, do you know that, I can provide statistics if you don't have this, but do you know that the vast majority of DACA holders have jobs? Do you agree with that?
Well, there are over 8 million illegal aliens.
No, I'm not talking about the illegal aliens. I'm talking about it's under 1 million DACA holders.
I assume that some of those are DACA related.
Yeah, I'm talking about I believe it's under 1 million DACA holders. The vast majority of them, nearly all of them, have jobs. That's why they paid for DACA. It's not free. So they have jobs.
Well, I would submit there's also a distinction of the quality of jobs.
They have jobs that fulfill our labor laws. So every time that one of them chooses to join our military and leave that job, do you agree that that opens up a civilian sector job for an American citizen instead of somebody who's here illegally?
Well, if you're talking a $6 an hour job or less, depending on whether they're paid on the books.
Isn't $6 below the legal minimum wage?
Or if you're paid what the military pays, again, I would submit that quality is important. But yes, if an illegal alien does quit a job, presumably that job is also available. Then you get into the issue of whether the employer wishes to hire an American, a lawful immigrant, or another illegal alien.
So again, the DACA recipients are employed across all sectors of the economy. When you're talking about a $6 an hour job that's under the table, you're generally talking about, and I don't deny that that occurs in our country tragically, you're generally talking about people without recourse to our legal system, people who certainly don't have DACA, people that are here illegally working under the table. If you are a DACA recipient, you're legally employable. I mean, there are attorneys, there are doctors, there are school teachers. The districts in my state hire school teachers that are DACA. So, I mean, these are normal jobs. They're not under the table jobs. These are folks who are not worried about reporting if they are paid less than the minimum wage. And so for every person then who serves in our military, it would open up whatever civilian sector job that they have for an American citizen to apply for. Generally not an illegal alien who doesn't have DACA, because again, these are jobs that are generally verified, that if they have DACA, they have it. Folks wouldn't have paid several $100s out of their own pocket if they're still going to work in that same informal underground economy and earn $6 an hour. Did you want to address that?
Yeah, I think the most relevant piece is, I mean, you can get into this labor market dispute, but the most relevant, we laid off 30,000 of our fighters, of our war fighters last year. And so the memo urges the executive branch to hire DACA folks. And you're talking about skilled workforce. I mean, we're laying off.
So it doesn't instruct them to hire DACA folks. It allows the eligibility of DACA folks for hire. So, I mean, again, whatever the force size, right? I mean, force size is an important discussion. You guys have that. I'm not an expert. If you want to make the military smaller by 30,000, go hop to it. I mean, force size, very important. Whatever the force size is, don't you agree that we should have the most qualified men and women, psychologically, physically, mentally? We want, even if the force size was 10,000 people or 10 million people, you want to have the very best, don't you, defending our country?
Well, I think the premise that I would disagree with is that we lack enough Americans and lawful immigrants to provide the quality workforce and volunteers that our military needs. Right now, highly qualified individuals are being terminated during this reduction in force process, and highly qualified Americans and lawful immigrants are being denied enlistment opportunities as the number of enlistment opportunities also decrease in accordance with reduction in force needs. The real question is, who are you going to focus on? I'm going to focus on trying to help Americans and lawful immigrants. There'll always be some that want to put illegal aliens on the same level. And then we get into debate as to whether the DACA program is constitutional and legal or not. And ultimately, someday, that'll probably be resolved in the court.
Well, if for some reason
it's not a program that's been approved by the United States Congress.
I mean, who's an attorney on the panel? Any of you attorneys? I'm not an attorney. So let me, I mean, it would be my understanding that if DACA was overturned, I assume that this would not be an active provision of this law, because there wouldn't be any DACA recipients. So if DACA was found to be illegal, the military obviously wouldn't have DACA recipients in it, right?
Actually, this might legalize it in an otherwise illegal situation.
No. I mean,
this amendment says point blank, if they've got that kind of card issued through DACA, then they are eligible to serve in the military.
Not being an attorney, but if DACA was found to be illegal, wouldn't it be true that nobody would then have DACA cards? They would be invalidated.
Already have them. They've already been issued them. Under this
if the program is found to be illegal, if the program was found to be illegal by some court, wouldn't the program then not exist?
This has made it legal.
No, only
with respect to military.
Okay, again, I even as a non-attorney, I think a reading of it would indicate that if there is no DACA program because it's found to be illegal, then the language would mean nothing in the bill. That does not validate.
Court, I'll take this argument. You can take your argument.
Well, you're welcome to argue it. I mean, it only is active language if there is a DACA program. If there's not a DACA program, the language that allows DACA recipients to join the military could not possibly be active language.
It makes sense, but that's not the way this amendment is written.
Well,
from a policy standpoint, what you're saying makes sense, but that's not the way this amendment is written.
And let me just, again, I think refocusing it on force and again, whatever force size you set, I think some of your testimony was, and I agree that there's plenty of people that meet the minimum threshold for service. I don't disagree with that. But it's a question of making those selections. And if you've talked to, recruitment officers and others, I think it's important that we don't just have people in our military that meet the minimal level and threshold of qualifications, it's important that we have the very most capable and best men and women serving. And again, the fact that this, not again in the jurisdiction of this committee and not the main lens that I view it through, but the fact that it opens up civilian sector jobs for American citizens rather than people that are here illegally is a big plus, I think, for most members of this body. So I certainly encourage my colleagues to go with the committee mark and make sure that we have the best possible military preparedness. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you very much. Does the gentleman from Alabama's recognized?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Brooks, early in the morning, and maybe I wasn't as clear and crisp in my own head as I should have been. I remember the debate being pretty darn short given the import of what we were dealing with. And I remember the debate being about immigration. And I remember thinking, why are we talking about immigration when we're dealing with a defense bill? So as I understand it, what you're trying to do with this amendment is to take out of a defense bill a topic that has nothing to do with defense. Now, the topic may be extremely important. I happen to think it is extremely important. We talked about some topics with regard to another bill yesterday having to do with the National Security Agency that I thought were extremely important. But because of the nature of the particular amendments, they weren't ruled in order because of how we try to structure things in here, and I understand that. There are times when there are things that are perhaps important, perhaps even good, that we don't allow to be in bills. And what happened was this was added 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, as I recall, after scant debate in the committee, and a lot of us were pretty surprised that it passed. I think that the body deserves the opportunity to listen to a debate about this on the floor, the full body, so that we can have an up or down vote on this. I don't know what the outcome's going to be. I'm not here today to predict an outcome. I don't know. You and I talked about this the morning that it was passed. You and I talked about the fact that we were going to have this meeting right here today to add this. The chairman and I have had that discussion. It is extremely unfortunate that this was offered, and even more unfortunate that it passed in committee, because there is a scenario under which this will jeopardize the entire bill dealing with the defense policy of this nation being jeopardized by injecting a topic that just doesn't belong. So I appreciate the fact that you offered it. You and I have talked many times about this over the last week or so, and it will be my advocacy with the committee that we rule your amendment in order and that we give the people of the entire House an opportunity to have a say on this. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Newhouse, do you seek time? Very well. I think we've heard from all the witnesses. This panel is then excused. Thank you for your attendance at the Rules Committee today. We look forward to your swift return on another issue. The committee now calls the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Dole, the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Walker, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and the gentlelady from California, Barbara Lee. Mr. Clausen. Sure. Mr. Clausen, will you join us at the table? Mr. Clausen, thank you for coming to the Rules Committee. You're recognized in support of your amendment. I beg your pardon, Ms. Lee. Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you and our ranking member for the opportunity to testify on my amendments to the 2016 National Defense Authorization Act. I have offered 3 amendments this year for which I am requesting a rule to be made in order for these amendments. 2 of my amendments are co-sponsored by Representative Walter Jones. They're focused on the authorization for the use of military force. The first, which I have offered several times before, would repeal the 2001 authorization, which Congress passed into law on September 14, 2001. The second amendment would repeal the 2002 authorization for the use of force in Iraq. Let me first focus on the 2001 AUMF very quickly. This is, I believe, Lee 046. As many of you know, I voted against the 2001 authorization. This was a very difficult vote to pass, perhaps the most difficult of my career. When I explained my vote, being the only one who voted against this on the floor, I expressed concern over quickly pushing through a poorly conceived authorization that was a blank check for endless war. In the nearly 14 years that have passed since that horrible week in September, the 2001 AUMF has essentially provided the president, any president, the authority to wage war against anyone, anywhere, any nation, at any time. We only had probably a 2-hour, maybe it wasn't even a 2-hour debate on that Friday evening when this was voted on. It really was not fully debated at all, Mr. Chairman. And as we all know, the AUMF has served as the legal justification for some of the most troubling United States policies, including indefinite detention in Guantanamo, broad warrantless wiretapping, and the targeting of nearly anyone, including American citizens, by drone strikes. In fact, the Congressional Research Service has stated that the 2001 AUMF has been used, and this is a declassified report that we asked for. It's public information. So what they can communicate to us and have reported publicly is that it's been used more than 30 times to justify military action. And the 2001 authorization is now being cited as the authorization for the 8-month-long war against ISIL. We still haven't debated an authorization for this new war. So, Mr. Chairman and my colleagues, I know that while we may not share a common position on repealing the AUMF, many of us do agree that the overly broad authority represents a major and very concerning deterioration of congressional oversight. And I think many of us can agree that a debate and a vote is necessary, long overdue, and must take place. The fact of the matter is, with the 2001 AUMF still on the books in its current form, any administration can continue to rely on this blank check to wage endless war. Now, my amendment would actually take effect 240 days after enactment. Congress cannot and should not continue to abdicate its constitutional responsibility while the United States is embroiled in yet another open-ended war in the Middle East. Now, my other amendment, Lead 047, is to repeal the 2002 authorization for the use of military force against Iraq. 3 years ago, President Obama declared that the war in Iraq was over, yet Congress allowed the AUMF to remain on the books even after the Obama administration encouraged Congress to work to repeal it. Simply put, it's just no longer necessary. Congress should never allow war authorizations to remain on the books in perpetuity. Without taking steps to repeal these authorizations, Congress will and continue to abdicate its constitutional authority and responsibility to weigh in on matters of war and peace. Finally, I would like to mention the Burgess-Lee-Schakowsky Amendment, which would require a report ranking all military departments and defense agencies in order of how advanced they are in achieving auditable financial statements. The American people want and deserve to know some of the basic measures of accountability in the way the Pentagon spends its money. It's long overdue to do away with this culture of unlimited spending and no accountability at the Pentagon. This amendment would simply require the Pentagon to take steps toward complying with current law requiring all agencies to pass an annual audit. That's just basic, it's simple, and the Pentagon of all agencies should be conducting its annual audit. So thank you again for the opportunity to testify. As I mentioned, we may not all agree on the final policy to repeal the 2001 and 2002 AUMF, but at the very least, we can all agree that the American people expect Congress to have a meaningful debate on the war.
By the deadline, so it seems like a reasonable thing to ask. Mr. Perry, I believe you're next in seniority, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Privileged to be here to offer a couple amendments. The first, I think I'll pick, was 206, And this amendment simply states that cuts to the Army, National Guard, and Strike won't take place until 180 days after submission of the Commission's report to Congress. Simple logic suggests Congress should have time to study and respond to a congressionally mandated Commission's findings before implementing end-strike cuts. The Commission on Future of the U.S. Army was mandated by the FY 2015 NDAA, and the Commission will study the Army's current structure and size and make recommendations on how the structure should be modified to best fulfill mission requirements in a manner consistent with available resources. A final report with the Commission's recommendations is due to the President and Congress by 1 February 2016. And finally, implementing the reductions currently will cost more than delaying the reductions. And wouldn't it seem a little bit foolish once we implement the reductions if the study comes out and determines that we shouldn't have, and how will we explain that money lost? I mean, why would we have the Commission if we're going to implement reductions before the Commission is allowed to and is required to tender its report? So that's what this amendment seeks to do, and I hope that the committee will find it in order and look favorably upon it. The next amendment is Amendment Number 233. This amendment focuses solely on the national security implications of maintaining this Navy station at Guantanamo Bay, 90 miles off the shore of Florida. It's completely separate from the debate over the detention facility therein co-located. This amendment responds to the President's reestablishment of relations with Cuba earlier this year, and at which time one of Cuba's first demands by the Castro regime was, upon opening of dialogue, was the return of the Guantanamo Naval Base. Administration officials have said that Guantanamo is not on the negotiating table, and this amendment simply ensures that that is maintained. We have an established process for realigning and closing military facilities. For purposes of national security, it is imperative that we keep Naval Station Guantanamo in our possession and indeed keep the established process for realignment and closure in place. It's very simple. It just prohibits funding towards the closure of or transfer of the naval station to Guantanamo Bay to the Republic of Cuba. And I can get into the rest of the stuff here, but I think it's perfunctory regarding the history of Guantanamo Bay and the treaties, et cetera, and the vital purpose that it serves, including the Navy's. But in the interest of brevity, that's the purpose of the amendment, and just want to reiterate that it is wholly separate from the debate over the detention facility. This is solely about the base at Guantanamo Bay. And finally, a point of personal privilege or parliamentary procedure. I wish to advocate for an amendment that has not yet been offered but will be shortly. Do I advocate now, or will I have an opportunity to do so at that time should I be present?
Proceed.
Oh, all right. Sorry about that. So I'm going to advocate in favor of the Rothfuss amendment to be found in order, and the Rothfuss amendment will deal with ARI, the Aviation Restructuring Initiative, specifically with the Guard's AH-64 fleet, the AH-64 Apache. And for people who have never served, some of this seems, I'm sure, foolish. You have the Guard seems to be at odds with the active component and vice versa, and I will just characterize it to you in this regard. Whether you have a brother or sister, whether you have a teammate or not, it's always this. It's you and me. It's you and me unless it's you or me, and then it's me. And the Army has sought to put upon itself with the Guard and take this asset from them because they feel under pressure. And I will tell you that in the deliberations over ARI that led to the study, I had aviation experts come to me on numerous occasions to justify the rationale and the reason for taking the Guard's AH-64s. And each time when I imposed upon them questions that they could not answer, they came back with another reason. And finally, they came back with, it's needed for mission. And I said, I get that. I'm a military guy, spent 34 years in, started as a private. I'm an A-model AH-64 qualified pilot. Tell me what the mission requirements are that require you to take the Guard's aircraft. They never came back at that point. Mr. Chairman, what I want to impress upon you is this. People will say, why do governors need an AH-64 Apache in their fleet? It's a gunship, 2.75 folding fin aerial rockets, 30-millimeter chain gun,
and Hellfire missiles. Why would, if it gets that bad that a governor would need that asset, it's very, very bad in our country. Governors do not need the asset. The United States, the security of the United States needs the asset. The repository for experience and age 64 pilots remains and is in the Guard. Don't ask for me to make the case for you. Check the figures for yourself and see what the average flight time for Guard pilots, age 64 pilots are, and then compare that to active component pilots. It's not to say that the active component does everything better than the Guard or vice versa. That is simply not the case. But after multiple deployments, Army pilots wish to still serve their country, and they have a perishable skill that takes years and years to perfect. They still want to serve, but they're tired of being deployed. They want to start a family. They want to start another career. What they do is they leave the active component and go serve in the Guard. And so where you will find a 4,500-hour pilot or a 4,500-hour cockpit downrange on deployment with the Guard, you will find an 800-hour cockpit with the active component. Now, if you're flying and you're in a mission or you're depending on that support, I will tell you on many occasions, whether it's the H-64 or whether it's the CH-47, the active component oftentimes will choose the Guard pilots just because of the experience, the age and the experience. Oftentimes, Guard pilots are older, but that comes with wisdom. I will tell you in the A-Model 64, there are 701 separate switch combinations in the front seat alone, and you must know them. And it takes months to become qualified in the H-64, and it takes year upon year after training and practice to become proficient. What we are doing, what the Army's doing, is using the opportunity of budget cuts and sequestration to raid from the Guard the operational capacity that this nation needs and using every other excuse to justify it. The reason that the Guard is not an effective fighter in this case is because you have 50 separate adjutants general. There is not one that leads all of them, so 50 separate ones do not get together and discuss the fight, where on the Joint Chiefs there is one point to the spear, and they've come and they said, we're going to take this. Mr. Chairman, this is the beginning of the end of the operational capacity of the Guard. It will start with the 64s, and it will move with strikers, and it will move with heavy weapons, and it will cascade on down, because big Army does not appreciate that the Guard has these assets, and they are looking and they're going to start moving to divest the Guard of them, and this is the first step. I would ask that Mr. Rothfuss's amendment be in order for all the said reasons, and I stand for your questions, and I appreciate the time, sir.
I appreciate you being brief. All right, Sergeant at Arms will clear the aisle. Mr. Clausen, you're recognized. Which amendment are you speaking to?
Thank you for the recognition. Thank you for the time.
Speak up.
Yep. My amendment is Amendment 193. I think my amendment is reasonable, and I think this amendment is nonpartisan. My amendment would remove the requested $600 million to fund arming and training of Syrian rebels. Instead, that money would go to the OCO, the Overseas Contingency Operations Account. This is not a military reduction. I want America to have the best military in the world, and the means of providing the best technology and support for our brave troops. I am from a family of vets. My father, my uncles, my oldest sister's son, my nephew, is going for his second round in Afghanistan. I say the money should go for those folks, not for moderate fighters in Syria. We all want to end U.S. involvement in conflicts where there is no vision of what success looks like, no long-term strategy, and a disproportionate risk on our home team. Syria fits this characterization. It's a mess. It's a chaotic situation. We all know this. We are loosely engaged in someone else's civil war and without much hope for a good outcome. Last September, I voted against the authorization of $500 million to arm the so-called group of moderate rebels, a program for which there is asked for $600 million in the coming year. I said at that time, history has always shown that when we arm untested allies like these Syrian rebels, those weapons too often end up being aimed at us or our allies, including Israel. Even worse, those weapons are often aimed on future battlefields. I stand by those statements today with the same or even greater confidence than when I made them at that time. Taking this chance makes no sense to me, given that we are given no definition of what victory in this conflict looks like, no strategy, no vision of a Syria that will offer a representative government to its people, and no promise that Syria will evolve as a friend rather than a threat to Israel and our other allies. What have we achieved here since that vote? I say not much. Recently, we reached an agreement in February with Turkey to use training facilities in the area, but just this past Monday, Turkey's foreign minister reneged, stating on Turkish TV that these efforts will be delayed. This war hurts our relationships with our friends. Meanwhile, the Assad regime continues its atrocities against men and women, and the Syrian civil war has now resulted in 220,000 Syrian deaths and 11.5 million civilians displaced. Some elements of the so-called moderate opposition have now aligned themselves with al-Qaeda and al-Nusra in the fight against Assad. Today, there's more concern about partnering with these rebels than there was back in September. And in September, I remind everyone, there was bipartisan concern about that bill. We went round and round. I say no bad wars. Our country's tired of bad wars. No to the funding of unreliable Syrian rebels. I say every single dollar for our home team and for our troops like my nephew. Let the money go for the home team here. I say it's time to have that debate again about Syria before we prolong this bad war. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Walker, you're recognized.
Yes, I have 4 amendments, and we'll move through these, maybe about a minute per amendment. The first one is dissemination of information from defense contractors who have been breached. Breaking down silos of information was one of the lessons the U.S. learned from 9/11, and this amendment calls for that. Amendment number 308 modifies language currently in Section 941 of the FY13 National Defense Authorization Act, which is being codified in Title 10 U.S. Code in the current House NDAA. This change basically aligns the information dissemination restriction with similar requirement for sharing of network intrusions of operational or critical contractors as established by Section 391 of Title 10 in the U.S. Code. When technical cybersecurity and breach information is provided to the government, it should be usable by the government. The government should be allowed to use the information for other legitimate functions such as cybersecurity, law enforcement, and national security, and not only for the narrow purpose for which it was shared. Again, that's amendment number 308. Amendment number 2 is amendment number 70. Sense of Congress that the NDAA include no provisions that are not defense-related. Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution lists 17 separate powers that are granted to the Congress. 6 of those powers deal exclusively with the national defense. Every year, Congress considers the NDAA a must-pass bill in both chambers. What I'm concerned about is this. Unrelated provisions are continually being added. For instance, Title 30, National Resources Related General Provision, which was 451 pages long, was attached to the NDAA last year. Other non-defense related policies, without getting into detail, the 250,000 acres of wilderness, the withdrawal of 400,000 acres designated for commercial use, 15 national parks, Commission 11 studies, and a commission on a study for National Women's History Museum on the National Mall. Mr. Chairman, I'm concerned about this NDAA could potentially become what we in North Carolina call a Christmas tree. A bill that is vital to America and yet gets straight with special interests that have nothing to do with our constitutional obligation, which is to ensure the protection of the American people. This is why I have introduced amendment number 70, the Sense of Congress Act that shall not include any provisions that are not defense-related. Moving to number 3, since our attention is moving to the votes. This is amendment number 3. On the list, it's amendment number 4, which is called Open Trusted Technology Assessment. Basically, this is the cyber supply chain. While the Department of Defense is arguably the most reliable government protector of the cyber supply chain, more work remains to be done.
This is why I'm submitting this amendment that would start the process of encouraging private development of cybersecurity supply chain ratings and accreditation. I'll come back to this one a little bit later on some questions. I do want to get the final one in here. My fourth amendment, number 69, it's basically inviting Taiwan to RIMPAC. To put this in just a quick paragraph, very simple, Mr. Chairman, our country considers Taiwan a friend and an ally. I think it's only natural that if we extend an invitation to China, that we also extend one to Taiwan in moving forward, and I would like to add this amendment number 69 to our slate of amendments. Thank you. Yield back.
Chair thanks the panel. Now, mindful of the fact we do have votes on the floor, Chair recognizes Mr. Stivers for questions. Chair recognizes Mr. McGovern for questions.
I just want to say for the record, Mr. Chairman, I just want to associate myself with the remarks of our colleague, Ms. Lee from California. I think it is ludicrous that we are using AUMFs from 2001 and 2002 to justify what we're doing in, even what we're doing right now in Afghanistan, a new war in Iraq, and a war in Syria. It is unconscionable that we have allowed this to happen, and there's been no debate and no AUMF brought to the House floor. And Mr. Clausen, I don't want any more bad wars either, but you have to convince your leadership to schedule a vote on an AUMF. The excuse was that the president hasn't submitted one. He did. I disagree with what he submitted. I think it's too broad. But the fact of the matter is, your party's in charge. You need to clear the way so that we can do our job and live up to our constitutional responsibility. And if people do not want to go to war and they don't want to vote for an AUMF, then we ought not to go to these wars. And if people want to engage in another war in Iraq and expand into Syria and God knows where else, then they have the opportunity to vote for that. But what we're doing now, it is shameful. And I think, the fact that we can't even get anything to the floor to compel a vote, we ought to repeal the old AUMFs, because I think they're outdated anyway. I think the idea that they're being used as justification for what we're doing right now is a stretch. But we need some help from your side to get your leadership to allow this Congress to do its job.
I think it's outdated too, and from what I can tell, we're in violent agreement here.
Yeah. So I mean, maybe we could, we got to figure out a way to get some of these issues to the floor.
Well, for now, if you could help this amendment, I do appreciate that.
I will. Okay. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
For brief questions.
Yes, sir.
For brief questions.
Brief. Yeah, no, it's going. I think I want to emphasize what my friend Mr. Burns said last night about EMF. I think it's something that needs to be discussed. There's some that need to be updated. There's some that need to be done away with, and this is a discussion we can have. I don't think probably here, but I think it is a discussion to have. But I do want to pick up on what Mr. Perry had said. There is an issue that is coming to light, especially for those of us in the Guard and Reserve and the active force. And in this deal in the time of drawdown, and there seems to be putting one against the other. And I appreciate Mr. Perry's comments on that, because I experienced it in Iraq, I've experienced it over here. And really, frankly, coming from our senior leadership at the Pentagon, they need to, not just mouth the lines that we are all one force. They need to actually live up to the fact that we are all one force, and that we are trained and we are do that together. So I think your amendments and your discussion was right on point. I think we need to take those up, and I do appreciate it. With that, I yield back.
The chair thanks the gentleman for his service. The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes Mr. Polis, who does not have questions. Mr. Byrne, Mr. Newhouse. I just would like to add to Mrs. Lee's succinct recitation of our amendment. It has been endorsed by Americans for Tax Reform, the National Taxpayers Union, and the Taxpayers for Common Sense. So one of those odd areas where we find ourselves in agreement. I want to thank this panel for their forbearance. The committee will stand in recess until immediately at the next vote.
Rules Committee, come to order, and thank you very much. I'm sorry for the delay of votes. We'll now move on with our next panel, and we will have a panel of Mr. King, Mr. Fleming, Mr. Pasquarell, Mr. Murphy. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I think each of you recognize that what we're trying to do is go through some 300-plus amendments today. Where's Mr. King? Is Mr. King here? We'll allow Mr. Murphy, Dr. Murphy, Mr. Pasquarell. All right, we'll go and put Mr. Dole. Mr. Dole, if you'll come there, and I'm sorry we missed Mr. King. We're trying to work through some 300-plus amendments. I'm delighted that you are here today. The committee is prepared to hear from you, and thank you for taking time. Dr. Murphy, thank you for your service to members of our military. You are serving in a reserve capacity, but you go out to our naval facilities and Army facilities here, and I want to thank you personally at a time that we're doing NDAA. I think it's time that we say thank you to the men and women who serve, but also those that protect those people, and I want to thank you very much for the time that you spend in professional service. Mr. King, I called on you, but why don't you just get the chair, and we put Mr. Dole in your place. If you'll move on up, we'll go with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thank you very much. Without objection, anything you have in writing will be into the record, and I hope that we will keep moving here. The gentleman, Dr. Murphy, is right.
Between the Department of Defense and the Department of Veterans Affairs with medications. The bill itself refers to pain, sleep, psychiatric conditions, and any other conditions. My amendment is specific to psychiatric conditions. And it says, we should not limit the Department of Defense in the medications, in restricting the medications that they have for psychiatric conditions, for post-traumatic stress disorder, anxiety, et cetera. I believe we should let physicians decide what is best for our service members, not accountants. Not all medications are the same for psychotropics, and I want to explain what that is. You can have an antidepressant or an anti-anxiety drug, which may all work, but they may work in slightly different ways, and they may have different side effects. The side effects could be drug-drug interaction problems. It could be allergic reactions. It could be excessive weight gain, which of course leads to decreased activity, which can lead to diabetes, et cetera. You can have excessive sedation. And in some cases, some of our veterans say you may just find yourself sedated into oblivion by so many drugs that you're taking. And with these complications, then we may find that that veteran, that service member may say, I'm not taking my medication, I'm not going to go to see anybody else. And that's a problem. It is a problem, however, it's less of a problem if a person is actually in treatment. Because we know that your reduction in suicide, reduction of symptoms, if a person is in treatment. The VA tells us repeatedly, what we want to do is make sure people stay in treatment. But if they're on the wrong medications, that's a problem. And my concern with the current language of this bill is if we say that the DOD has to work with the VA and adopt a joint formulary, I do not want to see the DOD's spectrum of medications that they can prescribe be limited. And think of this for your family members, et cetera, that what happens is, remember, you know the statistic, it's a suicide every 65 minutes. And we go around and we give these to family members after someone has died. And we've all been to too many funerals and written too many letters of condolences, and too many times we've given this to a widow or a widower. 22 a day. And when we are starting medication, stopping medication, changing medication, it's a problem. And so if someone has been going to see a Department of Defense physician, and then they go to the VA, and the VA says, we do not recognize that medication, so you're not going to take it, but maybe you can get it somewhere else, that's a problem. Let me read you. Susan Selke, the mother of Clay Hunt, you're familiar with the Clay Hunt suicide bill. This is the testimony she gave before the Veterans Administration last year. When Clay Hunt, a Marine, came back from Haiti, she said he was on active duty Lexapro, and that was the drug that worked best for him. He had been on other ones, but that worked best. When he arrived at the Houston VA and asked for refill, somewhere in those first appointments, he said he'd like to go back to Lexapro because that worked better for him with less side effects. The VA told him he was not going to get Lexapro. They don't stock it because it's not a drug that they cover. They would mail something to him in the next week or so, maybe 10 days, he would get this. Now understand, again, if you stop an antidepressant or an anti-anxiety medication, you can't stop them cold. You have to taper these off. You have to work very carefully when you're changing medication. They stopped him cold. He was extremely frustrated. He called his mother on the way home and said, I just can't go back there. 2 weeks after his appointment with a psychiatrist, 2 weeks after he was told he couldn't have this medication, is when he killed himself. This happens too often. So I say what we ought to do is, you know, if anybody has ever been to Walter Reed Hospital and you see the prosthetics lab there, it is amazing. They do everything. They will stop at nothing. If a veteran wants to walk or run or ski or skate, they say it's so important that this person get back to an active lifestyle. They'll modify these prosthetics. They don't care about the cost, they just do what's right. If a veteran wants to write or have arms that can hug their child or can fish, they'll do those things. But somehow when we're talking about their minds, we're saying no. So this amendment quite simply says, if it works, let's not have the Department of Defense restrict that formulary. Let's not be giving out more of these. Let's be doing what's right for their treatment. And I yield back.
Dr. Murphy, thank you very much. I want to take just a second, if I can, and to introduce, and he'll just stay seated, but Major General Al Zapanta, retired United States Army Special Forces, Vietnam era. General Zapanta is visiting with me today in honor of this NDAA and work that he is doing on behalf of veterans. And I would like to let you know that there are many, many retired members of our military who care very much about the work that each of you members is doing. And I think the important part of this committee and the openness for them. General Zapanta, I want to thank you for your service, not only to the United States Army, but also the Special Forces and the men and women who you commanded. And thank you very much for your time in service, General Zapanta. Thank you. Coach Pascrell, welcome. Delighted that you're here with us. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman Sessions and Ranking Member Slaughter. It's an honor for me to be here, and thank you for allowing me to discuss what I think is a very important amendment to follow up on what brother from Pennsylvania was talking about. This is Amendment 341 to the National Defense Authorization Act, fiscal year 2016. This amendment would direct the Department of Defense to conduct a study on blast injury mechanics, Mr. Chairman, covering a wide range of primary blast injury conditions, including traumatic brain injury, in order to accelerate solution development in this critical area. As you know, Mr. Chairman, it was the Congress of the United States who brought this subject to a head in 2007. It's one thing not to be prepared to go into a war, and we're not discussing the merits or the non-merits of that war. What's important to people around this table, I know each one of them, is what we do for our service folks in the line of duty, go into theater, and what do we do when they come out and off of theater. So it's one thing not to have a proper vehicle that a soldier is to fight with, and fight inside of. It's another thing when the soldier comes out not to be prepared to deal with the injuries he has sustained. Those injuries may be physical, those injuries may be non-physical. As co-chair and co-founder of the Congressional Brain Injury Task Force, we started that, if you remember, Dr. Greenwood, Pennsylvania. And then we had another gentleman, they're all from Pennsylvania, apparently, but anyway, we had Todd Platts, and then we had Mr. Rooney from Florida this time as my co-chair. So the Congress passed this in 2007 to move to address the problem of TBI and post-traumatic stress disorder, which became the signature injury of both Iraq and Afghanistan. I've spent the last 14 years, Mr. Chairman, fighting for patients with brain injuries, both on and off the battlefield. We all know that TBI is the signature wound of those conflicts. And while we made great progress on ensuring our soldiers have the best care, there's still more work to be done. A high rate of TBI and blast-related concussion events resulting from current combat operations directly impacts the health and safety of individual service members, and subsequently the level of unit readiness and troop retention. The DoD is actively seeking strategies to prevent, to mitigate, and treat blast-related injuries, including TBI. The DoD's peer-review psychological health and TBI research program conducts extensive research on TBI. However, little is known about the primary blast injury and its connection to TBI. Some of our soldiers are many yards away from the blast, have no idea that they've been impacted. This is what we're dealing with. If 20% of all of our soldiers in combat, in theater, in both Iraq and Afghanistan, suffer from TBI or post-traumatic stress disorder, this is a major problem, because these guys and gals come back into the society and take it out many times on themselves, not knowing why, or their families, or the community, Primary blast injury occurs when an explosion generates a blast wave traveling faster than sound and creating a surge of high pressure immediately followed by a vacuum. And studies show that the blast wave shoots through armor and soldiers' skulls and brains, even if it doesn't draw blood. Researchers still do not know the exact mechanisms by which primary blast injuries damages the brain cells and circuits. However, the blast wave's pressure has been shown to compress the torso, impacting blood vessels, which then send damaging energy pulses into the brain. Because of many universities throughout the United States in studying this issue and trying to help our veterans, we have now turned this into something which is going to be beneficial for everybody, the civilian population as well. We have an obligation and responsibility. We really didn't know what to do because the DoD was not prepared from 2003 to 2007. Now we're trying to get them prepared, and it is because the Congress, many people around this table, that helped us get the legislation passed to address it tangibly, not just in empty words. So the pressure can also be transferred partially through the skull interacting with the brain. Understanding how a primary blast injury affects the brain is imperative to developing appropriate prevention measures, including ensuring proper equipment. You saw on a very different level the problems that the NFL had with dealing with helmets. There have been a lot of scams. Nobody don't read about that. There have been a lot of scams in the NFL. They didn't address the issue until the Congress of the United States said, you will address this issue. Because people were living out there, were former football players, NFL players, as vegetables. You had to see it to believe it. Some of these people were in their late 40s, mid-40s, late 40s. Many of them never lasted to 50. That's the history of this. So our supporters of this amendment are the Brain Injury Association of America, National Association of State Head Injury Association. Mr. Chairman, in conclusion, let me say this. When we started, Dr. Cleveland and I, the Traumatic Brain Injury Caucus, we could fit us into a phone booth. Now we have enough on both sides of the aisle, which is a very strong 120 members of the Traumatic Brain Injury Caucus. We work with the civilian population. We work with our military. Very proud with the work that the committee has done. Very proud of our armed forces, and I ask that this amendment be accepted, and I'll yield to any questions.
Thank you very much. Dr. Fleming, welcome.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I tell you about the amendment itself, let me tell you about the problem. I serve on armed services, and during the markup, I proposed an amendment that would stop the U.S. Army from going below an in-strength manpower of 490,000. You see, with sequestration, we're drawing down from around 570,000. We're now approaching 490, and as things continue, even with the added dollars from OCO, $38 billion, we're headed to the 450, 440,000 range, which greatly affects readiness. And this is at 490. General Dempsey said that this is the ragged edge. This is a bare minimum, he said. And how does this affect readiness? It affects readiness because if you don't have enough men and women in the Army, your dwell time is not adequate. So the re-equipping, the resting, and all of that in terms of rotating troops is greatly inhibited. Now, as I said, I had an amendment that failed in committee, although it got good support, which would have capped that drop, that no matter what, we couldn't go before 90s, below 490. So what I'm asking with this amendment is an analysis, because I want to be sure we keep our focus on this. Our end strength has got to be adequate to respond, because with all of the new and growing threats around the world, we've got a modernized Chinese army, a military in general, a Russian military, and then ISIS and all the other stuff. We need to keep our focus on this. So all this amendment will do is require the Department of Defense to conduct a thorough strategic and operational analysis of the impact of further combat unit reductions on the Army's ability to meet the requirements of our combatant commanders. This risk assessment builds upon language adopted in the 114th Congress that aimed to study strategy in order to avoid force reductions based on budget issues alone. We all say, certainly as pro-defense conservatives, that our military size should be sized, in fact, based on threats, not on budget. But that's just the opposite of what we're doing here. So while this will not maintain our end strength at 490, where I would like to be, at least it will keep our focus, and we'll continue to analyze it. And certainly if we see some red flags there, it may cause some change in policy. With that, I'll be happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Dole, I'm delighted that you're here. It's always good to have a fellow Eagle Scout with me. I am delighted that you've taken time, and I'm sorry it took so long this afternoon, but we got to you.
Well, I certainly appreciate it, Mr. Chairman, and the ranking member, I want to thank you for having me as well. It's an honor to be able to come before you and to offer an amendment, one that I think is a common sense amendment, and one that I hopefully is going to be able to kill two birds with one stone. We have a tremendous number of food deserts throughout the United States, and we've got a number of food deserts actually that are closely connected to military facilities. And so what this amendment would do is authorize the Secretary of Defense to run a pilot program of up to 5 communities that would have a population that would be at least 20% below the poverty level, and give them, in essence, access, because they're in a food desert, to the commissary. Now, because the commissary has also been, at times we've been cutting funding to the commissaries, there would be an ability to have a surcharge put on equal to the state and applicable tax that could be collected for those that are not part of the military, so that they would, again, have access to a grocery store. And it also could be good for the commissary as they're collecting some of those resources that they can pile back right into the commissary. Again, this is a pilot program. We're looking to have the Department of Defense pick out up to five properties that would fit the parameters, and my hope is that it was a common sense type of an operation, and if it works, hopefully it can be expanded. And I understand time is of the essence, so I'll make it short, and I look forward to answering any questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. King, welcome. I'm delighted that you have joined us today, and the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate being recognized and acknowledged here on this subject matter that I'm about to bring up. I regret my back is to my colleagues, but I trust they understand my position. And I would add a little extra argument to this. I'd like to bring up again the Brooks Amendment and how we deal with that language. And I came to this Congress, I'm in my 13th year. I have sat on the Immigration Subcommittee for 13 years. It's not always a preferred committee to do that, but this is an important issue. And with the DACA and the Morton memos, I brought the First Amendment to the floor that cut off all funds to finalize, implement, administer, or enforce the President's DACA language and his Morton memos. And my position has been from the beginning that it's unconstitutional for the President to write immigration law and for him also to ignore the enforcement of immigration law, which is the combination of what he has done with DACA, Morton memos, and now DAPA. But my amendment passed in June of 2013. of almost identical language with all of the same intent passed the floor on August of 2014 in the border security component that we did, and then again in January of 2015. So Congress has already spoken to this issue and rejected the idea that we should have a foundation of DACA and also of DAPA, and that's the President's executive amnesty from November 20th. And so this language that was written into the NDAA bill, if it should pass into law, it implicitly endorses the President's unconstitutional action at a time that it's being litigated, and Judge Hainan has already ordered it to be unconstitutional. If we act on this, if we debate this on the floor, if we vote on it, if we act on it, it undermines the case before the court that's being reviewed now and appealed by the administration itself. I actually initiated a lawsuit on this clear back when it was first brought forward in, I believe it was 2011 or 12, and so I'm pretty deeply steeped and invested in the constitutional aspects of this. If this kind of language could be brought through regular order, if it's the will of the people, then it's the will of the people. But right now, this is a reflection of the will of the President, and a federal judge has said, as I have long said, that the President does not have Article I authority to manufacture immigration law or any kind of law for that matter, or ignore existing laws. So we've had 3 times we voted on that, and I'd strongly urge the Rules Committee to take that language out, because that's the jurisdiction of the Judiciary Committee and the Immigration Subcommittee, and it should go to regular order. We've already recorded votes on it 3 times, 2013, 14, and 15. And let's let the Judiciary Committee have its jurisdiction that it should, and avoid a national debate that's going to divide people and pit Americans against each other over something that has no real purpose in the end. But it's not about the policy for me so much as it is the Constitution itself. So I wanted to make that argument that this Congress and this country is far better off if we stick to regular order, if we recognize the jurisdiction of the relevant committees, and in this case it's the Judiciary Committee, and if we recognize that Congress has already voiced ourselves 3 times, 2013, 14, and 15, on this, and if the Rules Committee will enforce that, then we'll see a better regular order for the entire United States Congress. So, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate being recognized and an opportunity to make this argument and say a kind word in favor of the Judicial Judge Hainan from your home state, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. Dr. Murphy, I want to make sure I get this right. A current member of the United States military may be being treated while they're an active duty member with one set of drugs by the military, and then may transfer himself or find himself into a retirement non-active military status, where he then seeks, as a result of his problems, to the VA. And the VA then would not have, in some instances, the same formalities that would be filled to the same prescription that that member had when they were in the military.
Yes,
Is that because it's not available, or because they choose not to do
They choose not on their formulary, and we're not talking about generics here. There are some brand names that don't have generics yet. The example that Clay Hunt's mother gave was one medication for which that they didn't have that. So certainly formularies can say if it's identical medication, chemically identical, that's not a thing, but it's to have the full palette available. So that's exactly what happens. I've seen it myself with patients at Walter Reed, where they're discharged, and then we have to make an appeal. Now, the VA may say, well, they can appeal that and we can make an exception. But they already fought in battle. Why should they have to fight the VA?
Well, the timing element you speak about also is very critical. When you go off one type of medicine to another, especially where it's dealing with a TBI, as what it may be called, or traumatic brain injuries
And
from
PTSD,
neurologists.
yes, et cetera, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Dr. Fleming.
Just as a physician and having prescribed a lot of these medications, what often happens is there's category drug effect substitutions. But as Mr. Murphy, Dr. Murphy tells us, the side effect profile could be entirely different. And there isn't a one-to-one crossover exchange. So in one case, Lexapro, another Paxil, they're very similar. They do the same thing, but they may have very differing effects on a single individual. So the ability to stay on the medication that's proven effective, I think is extremely
Yes,
important.
and we've seen examples. I think USA Today did an article about a VA hospital in West Virginia, where in order to save money, they were reducing that pallet even more, and it led to a lot of complications, serious complications, veterans.
Well, I will tell you, years and years ago, we learned, and I'm sure that there were good reasons why a soldier who might find themselves in an infirmary would have to pay for their own meals. I'm sure there could be reasons why, but not where a soldier was injured. Maybe if they sought the refuge, that might be different, but not where they were injured. And we learn things on a regular basis because the interactions of members of Congress that go and interact with our soldiers, our men and women who've served. And I am shocked that the VA did not, or that we have not found this out and the VA didn't admit this or correct their own problems. And so it's, the only thing I would say to you is this the correct bill to do that, NDAA, as opposed to necessarily a VA?
I think we need two parts. As I said, I think that Chairman Thornberry and Mr. Hunter did a good move with the NDAA bill to say that there needs to be a reconciliation between DOD and VA. But what we're going to have to deal with in the future is a Veterans Administration issue as well, too. This could take care of it if there's jurisdiction for the VA, but the VA is going to also have to have something, and I put in a bill to do this, to say basically if a medication is prescribed by a DOD physician in a psychiatric area, that would be recognized by the VA without dispute if that patient was doing well on it. Now, however, because the way this bill is structured now, this has to have this perfecting amendment in, so that we're not going to restrict the formulary so much for DOD that they're not going to have it. And then the VA says, well, we're going to do exactly the same thing, but we've already created the problem.
Yeah.
We have to make sure it's there.
Well, I hope to see you often until we get this fixed. And I'm sure you'll hear other members up here say they're on your side, as so many of you who are bringing up issues. And I'm delighted that you're here. Mr. King, you echoed the sentiments that I have expressed as we started and opened up this hearing today. I will tell you that there's a good bit of public comment that is in favor of the Brooks Amendment that has been coming to me as a result of a number of nationwide publications who have printed my name and Mr. Brooks' name and the issues that are surrounding that, and it is an ongoing dilemma for your favorite chairman of the Rules Committee at this point, and I acknowledge that. I hold your position. I think you knew that, but I do hold that position publicly, and I want to thank you for taking time to be here with us today. Yes, sir.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, and thank you. This Rules Committee steps up and smooths the path to do the right thing, that actually reflects the will of this Congress and avoids all the controversy that's unnecessary that can come to no constructive end. I absolutely will publicly endorse you as my favorite chairman of the Rules Committee.
Thank you. I tell you, I describe myself, I'm not an athlete, I'm a football player, and you get used to get hit hard on the field. And unfortunately, that's where we are today also.
I will protect my quarterback.
Well, I appreciate that. I just, I think that it amplifies the enormity of the value of us being able to speak with each other and work through issues. And I want to thank you for being here as well as all of the members of the committee. Mrs. Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to agree with you in thanking our colleagues for being here today. I know we've had a long slog today, and I haven't been here because, as you know, I was doing duty down on the
I saw you on TV.
down on the floor. But I say thank you to everybody, and I have no questions.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Slaughter?
All right. Well, thank you. Mr. Dole, I support your amendment. I also just point out to you, by the way, that because of some of the requirements that we have in federal law as we speak, there are thousands of veterans who are losing their SNAP benefits. So in addition to not having access to a supermarket, even if they did, because of some of the requirements that we've put into place, they will lose their benefit. They will have no money to buy food. So I just point that out, but I do support your amendment. And Mr. King, I just want to make sure I understand what you're asking. You're not here. Are you here arguing for the Brooks Amendment, or are you here arguing for the Rules Committee to basically take care of this issue before it gets to the floor?
I would say I am here. I support the Brooks Amendment when it comes to the floor, but I'd like to see the Rules Committee, as you said, basically take care of this because of the jurisdictional arguments that I made.
So you and I have, I guess, have a different definition of what regular order is, because my definition of regular order is that the committee, in this case, the Armed Services Committee, and they're dealing with the defense bill. They take up an amendment that Mr. Gallego has offered. They debate it. They vote on it, and it passes. You could disagree with what the result was, but it passed in committee. And when you talk about, and as far as I can tell from the parliamentarian, it's germane. It was in their jurisdiction. I mean, because essentially what the Gallego Amendment says, if I'm understanding, it's a sense of Congress asking the Secretary of Defense to look into a certain part of the U.S. Code with regard to the military. And from what I've been able to tell from everybody I've talked to who's supposedly is working to enforce the rules in jurisdictional, territories of committees, that they do have that was not. You could disagree with whether they should have done it, but they had the right to do it in that committee. And so then we have a bill that comes to the Rules Committee, and you're saying that regular order means that we should kind of just wink and nod and take it out without a debate and without a vote. I think that's what's wrong with this place, because we do that too often here. On issues like this, and I support the Gallego Amendment. I think I'm glad that it passed in the Armed Services Committee. But I just want to be clear on what you were asking, and you confirmed what I thought you were asking. But I don't think that's regular order. That undercuts, I think, what this House is supposed to be all about. So I just wanted to make that point, and I have no other questions. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
The gentleman would yield.
Excuse me just a second. Does the gentleman seek additional time?
Well, the gentleman asked me to yield, so out of courtesy, I'll yield.
Gentleman can pose the time the gentleman.
I'd rather not, but I will, because I'm such a nice guy, yeah.
Because the gentleman from Massachusetts truly is a gentleman, I would just limit myself to this, that our disagreement here is that I'm just simply saying that the jurisdiction of this topic is that of the Judiciary Committee, and I would assert that's the proper way for the regular order to go. And I understand there was a parliamentary ruling to the contrary, so I recognize your points. And
I'm not a parliamentarian, and you're not a parliamentarian, but what they tell me is that this is well within their jurisdiction, and there's nothing unusual about this. If it wasn't, quite frankly, it'd be subject to a point of order. But it isn't. I know you don't like the result, but when you talk about regular order, this is a case where regular order was followed, whether you like it or not, and I yield back my time.
Thank you very much. Judge Hastings?
I'm not sure what you're asking, Mr. King. From a fundamental standpoint, are you asking the Rules Committee to take this out or to put it on the floor?
I'm asking the Rules Committee to take this out because it throws our country and our Congress into a quandary that's unnecessary, and because we have 3 times voted over the last 3 years to strip out, to cut off all funding to implement or enforce these components, and because it's under litigation and an order of a federal court. And this might affect a decision of a federal court, and they'll listen to every word that's part of the debate out here on the floor, and they'll pick and choose the things that they want to support their position.
Well, then you leave me, and I'll wait for the chairman, because my next inquiry is going to be directed to the chair. Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Just a parliamentary inquiry. Do we have the authority to take a measure that comes from a committee that passed it, or just any language or any measure that any committee has done? Do we have that authority?
To answer the gentleman's question, I believe we do.
Wow.
Now, just because you do, well,
And
that's
your
what when you
16-year
waive points of order and you waive things and you may waive sections, we've taken things that were sections of bills and
I see.
taken the sections
Under a
out.
waiver provision, and you're saying that we can waive it. So I gather then we can put things in too.
I think we put things in.
I see. Boy,
That's-
I tell you, we're getting way, way,
Well,
way
nah,
away from
once
what I
again-
believe our jurisdiction is, Mr. Chairman.
Well, we can debate that jurisdiction.
All
The gentleman, you had asked the gentleman a question, and I believe that that is the way I heard him say it, to self-execute the thing out, a section out. I haven't looked at the section, but that there are ways to do that. I think what the gentleman's arguing is that he believes that the NDAA is a poor vehicle for deciding these things when I believe there's been ample evidence to say that the Judiciary Committee needs to come up with an answer. And I believe the Judiciary Committee, by and large, has come up and said, before we engage in this issue now, they're going to look at what Judge Hannon does. And whether that's right or wrong, I think that's the philosophy, if you asked me, that we're trying to follow, exactly related to what has been termed, whether you like it or not, executive amnesty. And so that's what I believe Judge Hannon is going to do. We'll go to the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals, and I believe the Fifth Circuit will make a decision, and then we'll know more about it. And then I believe that there would be a revisiting of the issue as necessary based upon what that's done. Now,
Well,
that's a quick summary of what I think, Judge.
I appreciate it, and I respect the chair's ruling, but I'm going to take my leave and go talk to the parliamentarian a minute.
Well, you know what, I'm all for that, but once again, this is an ask. Yes, sir. I appreciate that. Is there further clarification, gentlemen from Colorado? We have not gotten to you yet for the panel. We are now handling this panel, and we promised that we would come to you whenever.
I just want to be clear. So what Mr. King requested of this committee is that we do not, is different than what Mr. Brooks requested of this committee.
Well,
That's
let
what I
me
wanted.
see if-
Mr.
let me
Brooks
see if I can
requested we
help.
make it in order, I believe.
Let me see if I've got it right, and Mr. King would correct me or anybody else on this panel as you choose. There was an amendment to the NDAA bill a week and a half ago.
Right.
Where there was a discussion, and we are aware that it is about a report. Is that correct? It's about a report that the Secretary of Defense would be asked to present. And that was fully debated, and it won in the Armed Services Committee. Mr. Brooks, then Mo Brooks, Congressman from Alabama, presented in the week that we were back home working, that asked that we strike that section with an amendment that we would put an up or down vote on that. There has been a lot of discussion, including outside media and myself, my own personal belief, that I felt like this would put the important aspects of NDAA in a difficult circumstance, as opposed to the effort that I believe that it belongs out of the court to answer this question, or out of the Judiciary Committee. And he is simply, Mr. King is simply showing up to say he and several other members believe that that is what he would prefer, as opposed to making the Brooks Amendment in order. That's the way I understand it. Is that correct?
Perfect.
Well, close. Okay. That's the way I've heard this. If that's not to suggest we're doing that or have done it. That is suggest we're hearing testimony at this point. Thank you very much. Dr. Burgess.
Mr. Murphy, on the amendment that you presented to us, and thank you for doing that. I have some familiarity with the VA system, having worked there a number of years ago, and the VA system does work off a formulary, but patients at DOD facilities, those hospitals do not work off a formulary?
It's not the same, and so there's many medication. I mean, they want generics as opposed to brand names to be the primary prescribed, but if a medication is not a generic, that can be something available through the DOD that may not be available through VA.
Now, when the Congress debated the Part D in Medicare several years ago, Dr. McClellan at CMS was pretty clear about there were 6 protected classes of drugs in the Part B program, and psychiatric medications were one of those protected classes where you couldn't just substitute one for another. Does this fall into that same category
Yes,
here?
and you may recall, we had a hearing with CMS in the Health Subcommittee last year in which someone from CMS, we were questioning them about this because they were wanted to take psychotropic drugs out of the protected class.
Right.
Under questioning, I had him read a letter from the American Psychiatric Association which made reference to said even among one subset of SSRIs that was not the same and that they were distorting data to say they were all the same. After that, I said, what is an SSRI? And he said, I wasn't briefed on that. He said, but you're making a decision here, that they're not all identical and therefore not the same. CMS then changed their comments on it, changed their position, and so psychiatric drugs were put back in a protected class, which is more the way it is at DOD, but the VA cuts that down, cuts that list.
Well, thank you for bringing this to the committee's attention, and I hope we favorably consider the addition of the amendment. Mr. King, and just so everyone's clear on this, you are a member of the Judiciary Committee, so you are asking for this issue to be properly heard before your committee. Is that correct?
Yes, and thank you, Mr. Burgess. That not only a member of the Judiciary Committee and the Immigration Subcommittee, I overlooked to announce that for each of my years here, I've served on 2 subcommittees, this Constitution Subcommittee and the Immigration Subcommittee. And so both of these things are near and dear to my heart, and I have a long history being engaged in it. And I don't know that I made the case very well that we have litigation before the federal court, and this language that's in the NDAA, actually, the majority of this Congress has voted that they believe it's unconstitutional, or they at least disagree with the policy. And so if there's I'll say a language that it is a report language or the directive that's in there that the Brooks Amendment seeks to take out, it is built upon an unconstitutional action that has been argued before the courts and voted on in this Congress. And so for this Congress to have a debate on whether to authorize even a study that's built upon something that we have voted 3 times, an opinion that it's unconstitutional, and Judge Hainan has also ruled it unconstitutional. That's a very, very shaky foundation to move forward to, and to give a directive to the defense people of this country. A directive that says, go ahead and do a study predicated upon a presumption that somehow the courts are going to find an unconstitutional action constitutional.
And well, the question I want to ask, does this then potentially push that case that's now before the Fifth Circuit that Judge Hainan ruled on down in South Texas, does it potentially push that in one direction or another? By us taking an action, by the Congress taking an action that, as you correctly point out, is in contradistinction to every other vote that the Congress has taken in the last 3 years. But by this action, does it then add additional weight to what may be considered by the court at the Fifth Circuit?
I would say that the debate on the floor will. It will be debated on the floor, regardless of whether the Brooks Amendment is approved or not. But if the language is not removed by a waiver on the part of the Rules Committee, there will be a debate on the floor. And that debate will include people that are for the language that went in at 2 in the morning and those that are against it. And the attorneys that argue before the federal court will take the language from the floor language, and they will say, look, here's the opinion of many in Congress. It won't be a majority, but I think it'll be many. And so I think it undermines the litigation that should be looking directly at the constitutionality or the unconstitutionality of the President of the United States, who presumes that he can make up immigration law out of thin air. And I'll tell you, our founding fathers never imagined that this Congress would allow an executive leader to do that. They expected that each branch of government would jealously protect the constitutional authority granted to us in our Constitution. We have not done a good enough job of that, and that's what really brings me here with a higher intensity and a fervor. We have to defend Article I authority. It's being undermined by this language, and so the Rules Committee can stop that undermining of the language, and I think that's the prudent thing to do, the constitutional thing to do, and the regular order thing to do.
I appreciate the intensity that you bring to the committee. Been a long day, but we need a little intensity from time to time. So thank you for being here. I yield back, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Dr. Burgess. Mr. Polis.
Well, I truly don't want our other witnesses to feel left out, but I do have to ask another couple of questions of Mr. King there. We do appreciate all of your testimony here, and don't let the lack of questions indicate that we aren't deeply appreciative of all of your testimony. Mr. King, if Congress had wanted, couldn't Congress have defunded or terminated the DACA program by now?
The House of Representatives has voted to do so.
Well, no, but we're clearing my time. I mean, the institution of Congress, had it wanted to weigh in officially, could have defunded or terminated the Deferred Action Program. Is that correct?
What is correct is that we're not able to do so with a simple majority in the House and Senate for a number of reasons, and the filibuster rule in the Senate is a barrier, as well as the effort to override a potential presidential veto. So that's, there's a little more to the answer, but...
Well, so, I mean, under the system that set up by our Constitution and the role of the legislative branch, Congress, of course, that there, as you indicated, if they had enough people to overcome filibusters, if they had, according to and pursuant to the Constitution, would have had the ability to remove the DACA program. The fact that Congress has not acted to terminate the DACA program or even to defund the DACA program, I think shows that that this program, I hope, can be used as an argument by those who are defending the constitutionality of this program. I mean, certainly the buck stops with us. Well, Congress could have defunded this program. Is that right?
If I might submit that the Constitution does provide and has some provisions, as you state, and I'd point to another one, and that's a requirement that the President take care that the laws be faithfully executed, and he has violated that oath, and that's the problem we're dealing with here.
Well, there's a difference between saying that he's violated that oath as a member of Congress yourself versus a majority or the entire legislative branch indicating that the President has somehow exceeded his or her authority. So an individual member can have whatever opinion they want.
It's actually a majority opinion that I have, and we've had 3 votes on that, though, in the House of Representatives, so it's a firm
Abe, as you know, a vote in the House is just one part of the overall system of making laws. Laws require a majority of the House, a majority of the Senate, the President's signature. If they don't have the President's signature, of course, they can come back, and this body, if it feels a certain way with 2/3, can, of course, override a presidential veto as it has in the past. So, I mean, this body has spoken by not acting to remove DACA. This body has clearly indicated that DACA is allowed, is constitutional, is a reasonable use of the executive authority, because otherwise this body would have acted, Mr. King. Is that correct?
This body has acted 3 times.
Well, no, again,
the
the House has voted. The House voting, reclaiming my time, the House voting, that in the Constitution is just one part of the lawmaking process. I mean, it's like saying the Senate voted. It's like saying the committee voted. I could just say, well, the committee voted, which they did, on allowing this language in. Well, fine. That doesn't mean that it's the law, right? Just as you're here trying to change it at this point, there are many parts of that process. This House votes on things all the time, and many of them don't become law, and some of them do. But the point is, under our constitutional system, had Congress objected to DACA, there wouldn't be a DACA by now. This Congress has allowed DACA to occur, has continually voted for appropriations and money to fund DACA. And that doesn't mean you voted for them, Mr. King. I'm not accusing you of doing that. But this body has voted to fund DACA. Do you agree, for instance, that DACA was funded in the omnibus bill in the lame duck session of last year? A continuation of DACA was funded, and DACA was funded again in the subsequent appropriations bill.
If the gentleman would yield.
Happy to.
I'd submit that instead there's another interpretation that would come from the mouths of a good number of Republican senators that said, okay, I'm going to vote for funding Department of Homeland Security appropriations with an understanding that the DACA component and the DAPA components have been ruled unconstitutional by a federal court, and so therefore that funding didn't actually go to the unconstitutional activities. That was the rationale that came out through the press on the vote of some of the Republican senators who did vote in favor of the funding. My vote was against it for the reasons I've stated.
Now, are we at this point talking about the DACA or the new DAPA program, the proposed one that has not gone forward yet?
Talking the proposed one that's not come forward yet?
DAPA, yeah, we call it DAPA.
I think we're talking about everything November 20th and prior that have been listed here.
Okay. Well, I would just, you know, again, I went into the substance of the amendment with Mr. Brooks. I'll just briefly, you know, restate it here. It is the prerogative of this not this committee or your committee. It's a prerogative of HASC to consider the national defense of our country, and they do the best with the tools they have. And I think it's certainly reasonable for them to say we want our most capable people defending our country. And if they're ruling people out because they don't like this part or that part of how they got their paperwork, they're effectively filling that slot in the military with the next best person, which means that we get the next best defense of our great nation and our freedoms. And that's the reason that I think it's very reasonable that, of course, HASC considered this under their jurisdiction. And in fact, had the chair not agreed, that somebody could have made a motion. And in my other committee, Education and Workforce, I've tried to offer things that have been found out of order by the chair, and it's been appealed and sustained. So somebody certainly could have tried to find it out of order. But it was reported out of the committee because I do believe, and I don't always agree with this committee's work, by the way. In fact, I don't know if I've ever voted for a defense authorization bill. I don't think I have. But I do believe that the members of this committee care very deeply about our national defense. And they want to make sure, and in including that language, they did make sure, that the very best, most capable physically, mentally, psychologically men and women are the ones who have the privilege and the responsibility of defending our freedoms. And if the language is stripped out, whether it's stripped out by this committee or on the floor of the House, it means that you and I will have the second best defense rather than the very best defense for our freedoms. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Does any other Republican wish time? Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm going to talk about something that pertains to national defense, which is not immigration. Immigration has nothing to do with national defense. So let's talk about national defense. Mr. Fleming, your amendment. As I understand it, what you want is a report from the Department of the Army that would tell us whether this troop level is enough to defend the United States of America. And you have a concern that maybe that level is not, but at least we would get, within the ambit of your amendment, the reports that they could use and we could use in setting the policy to decide that is or that isn't. I had, several of us on the Armed Services Committee had breakfast with General Odierno back late last summer, early spring. And what he told us in that conversation was frightening, that we are getting down to force levels where we can no longer do what we've been doing for over 50 years. So I gather what you're really trying to do here is to get General Odierno to put in official findings backed up by studies, what he's been saying without going that far and put it into a study.
Well, precisely. We want to be sure, if the gentleman will yield, that we have the data, the hard facts. But as you point out, General Odierno, General Dempsey, Secretary McHugh of the Army, all say that we're not going to be able to meet the obligations asked of this military that have been asked for decades, which is to fight 2 wars simultaneously, perhaps not even 1 war. And certainly we can't sustain a war if we get into one with the troop levels that we're headed towards very soon, because you see the math in terms of rotations, in terms of readiness, in terms of retraining and re-equipping, all of that breaks apart as you get below 490,000. And so if we can't stop it at 490,000, even though, again, we're plussing up defense over sequestration with OCO dollars. Even though we're doing that, $38 billion, we're still headed south on the troop levels. And if our country's very respected leaders, military leaders, the highest generals in the Army, tell us that's too low, I think we should listen to them. And if we can't do that, at least produce the data and stay in conversation with the Pentagon on where we're headed and how we're getting there.
Well, I thank you for bringing it. I hope that we rule that amendment in order, because I do think that has an awful lot to do with defending the United States of America. I hope that we get back to talking about defense and get off of something that is totally unrelated to defending this country, and that is trying to do something about the immigration law in this bill, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Byrne. Anyone else? Well, before I release the panel, I'd like to join my colleagues in expressing my support for Representative Brooks' amendment. The NDAA is not the place for a debate on immigration. And it's unfortunate that Democrats use the committee markup to advance what I consider to be a partisan issue on what should be bipartisan legislation supporting our troops. So I just want to go on record.
Well, the gentleman yield just for a question. So you support the Brooks amendment, but not what Mr. King suggested?
I support the Brooks amendment.
Okay, so not what Mr. King suggested, which was to have the Rules Committee somehow take care of it in a self-executing way. Okay.
I support
Good.
the Brooks.
Okay, well, that's.
Thank you all very much. Oh, so sorry. I apologize. Mr. Rothfuss, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Johnson, Ms. Waters, and Mr. Thompson. Sorry. Last time I chaired this committee, I said I'd recognize you for 5 minutes. As you all know, this is the only committee that doesn't have time limits, but I would like to encourage you, even more than the chairman encourages you, to make extremely brief comments and submit your written statements for the record. This is a very long meeting. I would also like to encourage my colleagues, as long as I'm in the chair, to confine their comments to the subject at hand. So here we go. Mr. Rothfuss, I recognize you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, members of the committee, for your work here in a long process that you've been going through. I really appreciate it, and I will try, with your request, to abridge the comments that I have prepared today. Thank you for receiving the testimony I'm about to offer on two important amendments to the NDAA for 2016. Both of the amendments, numbers 99 and 71, concern the National Guard and the Army's Aviation Restructuring Initiative, or ARI. Since September 11, 2001, the National Guard has repeatedly risen to the occasion, and they've done a tremendous job fulfilling a combat role, complementing what our active duty has done. Pennsylvania National Guard has contributed 42,000 individual deployments, fighting side by side with our active duty. ARI will have devastating impacts on all that the Guard has achieved. By stripping the Guard of its Apache helicopters, the Army is ensuring that the National Guard will be less combat ready and less able to provide operational depth. It will also deprive our nation of an operational reserve for these aircraft, which is essential to the retention and management of talented air crews. Last year, Congress wisely created the National Commission on the Future of the Army to offer a deliberate approach to addressing ARI, but under current law, many of these transfers will be done long before the Commission has even had the opportunity to report its findings and recommendations. Once these transfers begin, it will be all but impossible to reverse them. We've spent the last 10 to 20 years investing in building up the Guard. It is that investment that will be wiped out, and wiped out for what? Simply put, we need to put the brakes on ARI before it is too late, and that's what these amendments would do. The First Amendment, number 99, simply treats all Apache helicopters the same and prohibits the Army from making any transfers until the Commission has completed its work. The Second Amendment, number 71, ensures that Congress has sufficient time to consider the Commission's report and recommendations before the Army can act. And I appreciate the earlier comments before the committee by my colleague, Congressman Perry, with respect to Amendment number 99. Only by including these provisions in this year's NDAA can we ensure that irreparable harm is not done to our National Guard without due deliberation by Congress. For that reason, I would respectfully request that both of these provisions be ruled in order for consideration by the whole House. Thank you again for the opportunity to address you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
You're a good role model. Mr. Schiff.
I would hope that the chair would take that into consideration in determining the appropriateness for the amendments.
Some of you know I used to be a teacher. Teachers pay attention. Mr. Schiff.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. I appreciate the opportunity to discuss two amendments before you. I'll start with the easier of the two. The first involves the USS Frankie Evans. And I urge the committee to make this amendment in order. It would direct the Secretary of Defense to add to the Vietnam Veterans Memorial the names of a group of deserving veterans who lost their lives serving aboard the USS Frankie Evans. In considering the NDAA last year, the House of Representatives, with the assistance of this committee, adopted an amendment expressing the sense of Congress that the Secretary of Defense should order that the names of 74 military personnel lost aboard the Frankie Evans be added to the memorial. The report language from the reconciliation clearly stated, we recommend that the names of the 74 military personnel lost on the Frankie Evans on June 3, 1969, be added to the Vietnam Veterans Memorial if adequate funds are available to pay for adding the names and there is sufficient space available on the memorial to accommodate the additional names, both of which are the case. We have followed up this past both houses in urging the Department of Defense to act on it. They have yet to do so, and this year I'm returning to seek a more explicit remedy. For those of you that may not recall the discussion last year here in the committee, the Frankie Evans was a destroyer that launched near the end of World War II and was recommissioned in Korea and later in Vietnam. After participating in combat off the coast of Vietnam, the Evans was deployed for the Operation Sea Spirit training exercise in the South China Sea. It involved many ships, but unfortunately on the morning of June 3rd, 1969, the Evans was training with an Australian Navy carrier when the ships collided. The Melbourne collided with the Frankie Evans and cut the ship in two. The bow sank in just 3 minutes, leaving only the stern section afloat, and 74 sailors lost their lives in a matter of minutes. Although they were in the South China Sea, these sailors' names have been excluded from the memorial because the Evans was just outside the designated combat zone, which determines inclusion on the wall. Although the men did not die in direct combat, they are instrumental in advancing American military objectives in Vietnam and had participated in the conflict just days before the collision. The geographic happenstance of where the collision occurred should not obscure the valor, patriotism, and sacrifice that they made. Secretary of the Navy Ray Mabus, in a letter of December 2010, expressed his support for the addition of the 74 names on the memorial. Other exceptions have been granted to inscribe names on the memorial, such as when President Reagan in 1983 added the names of 68 Marines who died on a flight outside the combat zone when they were leaving for R&R. As a nation, we've always proudly honored the brave men and women who serve. The crew of the Frankie Evans made the ultimate sacrifice, and it would mean an awful lot to the families of those lost sailors to have their names included on the memorial. The Second Amendment pertains to the authorization to use military force, or more pointedly, the lack of an authorization to use military force. It's been 9 months since the President ordered the first military strikes in the Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant. Since that time, the U.S., along with coalition allies, has undertaken thousands of strikes against ISIL targets in Syria and Iraq. I support the campaign to degrade and ultimately defeat ISIL, knowing nonetheless it will be a long and difficult battle. The President has claimed legal authority for military action under the AOMF passed in 2001 in response to the September 11th attacks. Whatever the legal merits of that argument, the 2001 AOMF is at best an inexact fit for the threat posed by ISIL. ISIL came into existence more than a decade after the passage of that authorization, and at times has been in direct conflict with al-Qaeda. The far preferable course would be to send a message of unity and strength by passing a new AOMF specific to ISIL and the threat it poses, rather than rely on an ill-fitting and outdated authorization. Yet 9 months later, the House has taken no action on an authorization which would provide a clear legal justification for actions against ISIL. My amendment is an attempt to change that. The Congress has a constitutionally mandated role when it's sending our armed forces into war, and our failure to act is a dereliction of that duty and weakens our standing with respect to the executive branch. This is not at all a partisan issue, and I recently joined with Congressman Tom Cole, I want to thank, and a bipartisan group of 30 members to write to the Speaker, urging that we move forward with an authorization to use force against ISIL. This amendment is similar to legislation I introduced last year, which would authorize the use of military force against ISIL in Iraq and Syria while putting in place restrictions on ground forces. It would sunset in 3 years while simultaneously sunsetting the 2001 AOMF also in 3 years. This would provide an opportunity for Congress to debate the continuing salience of the 2001 AOMF and consider whether other authorities would be better suited to continue our fight against al-Qaeda more than 15 years after 9/11. I think it's vitally important that the House speak on the issue. It doesn't have to be in the form of the amendment that I'm offering, and ideally this would be done in a debate dedicated to an authorization to use force. But 9 months into this conflict, doing nothing is the worst option. I urge the committee to allow this amendment to receive a full debate on the House floor so Congress can finally perform its constitutional duty to declare war. And I thank you and yield back.
Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got three very important amendments, 223, 226, and 227, all of which deal with the 1033, what's known as the 1033 program. The 1033 program was first established in the National Defense Authorization Act of 1997. The purpose of it was to aid law enforcement in its conducting of the war on drugs here in America. It's a program that would transfer surplus military equipment, including military-grade weaponry, from the Department of Defense to federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies. Since 1997, I believe it's been about $4 to $5 billion worth of military equipment surplus that has been transferred under that program. Within the last several years, it's been $500 million of this military equipment. And I have an amendment that 223 that would prohibit the transfer of certain types of military-grade weaponry. It would, consisting of restricting the transfer of controlled firearms, ammunition, grenades, explosives, highly mobile multi-wheeled vehicles, and mine-resistant ambush-protected vehicles, armored or weaponized drones, aircraft, silencers, long-range acoustic devices, and this amendment, 223, would restrict the transfer of that equipment from DOD to directly to state, local, and federal law enforcement agencies. The reason why this is bad, I mean, if we have a Second Amendment right in this country, and I think we can all agree that it's well-settled law that the Second Amendment enables or grants or confers the right to keep and bear arms upon the American people. But what use is a Second Amendment, which many of its proponents claim is necessary to be a check against the tyranny of an overreaching government? What good is there to have a Second Amendment right if your own government applies weaponry to civilian use that no civilian would be able to purchase for his or herself? That's an abridgment of the Second Amendment. This military equipment, which was meant to fight the war on drugs, which has been a failed war, is now being used in places like Ferguson to suppress the rights of peaceful and lawful protesters. Now, Ferguson could happen in any place in America, whether or not it be in Ruby Ridge, Utah, or wherever Ruby Ridge was, or whether or not it be in Waco, or whether or not it be in some city or town where African Americans are populated. So this is something that I think everyone in America should be concerned about, the militarization of police forces. So the 1033 program would be restricted under my Amendment 223 from transferring these military-grade equipment that I enumerated. And I won't go into any further detail about it because I know this committee is tired and there's no value to be gained by doing that. With respect to 226, Amendment 226, if this committee should find that 223 is not in order or is not germane, then you know, the fallback position is 226, which would ban the enforcement of a provision in the Section 1033 Act, which mandates that law enforcement agencies must utilize the equipment that they receive within 1 year from the date of receipt of it, or else turn it back in. Now, what that provision of the law does is creates a mandate that the equipment, that the militarized equipment that is transferred must be placed into use. And so it means that persons, law enforcement officers who are not trained in when, where, how, and under what circumstances to use the equipment, nevertheless are charged with using it or losing it. And so that's a recipe for disaster. And so I think Amendment 226 is very important. I'd ask that it be ruled germane and be allowed to proceed to the floor. With respect to Amendment 227, it has to do with ensuring that the Secretary of Defense provide Congress an annual certification accounting for the transferred equipment. Believe it or not, this military-grade weaponry has turned up missing in some state and local law enforcement agencies, and there have even been instances where law enforcement agents have been prosecuted for stealing the equipment and conveying it to the highest bidder. And the Department of Defense itself suspended the program, the 1033 program, for a period of months because it itself could not account for the equipment that it had transferred. And so Amendment 227 would simply require an annual certification requirement for the DOD to transfer equipment to any particular law enforcement agency. If that law enforcement agency could not account for the equipment, then this amendment would ban the further transfer of equipment under 1033 to that particular agency. And with that,
Thank you,
Madam
Mr.
Chair, I would
Johnson.
yield back.
Mr. Thompson.
Madam Chair, members of the Rules Committee, thanks for the opportunity to testify today. My amendment is number 155. This should sound very familiar. This is language, the amendment of this language, quite frankly, has been favorably considered by the House in the past on 2 occasions, and it's based on good, sound military studies. So it's, there's a basis for it. And I know this is an issue we're all very aware of. It has to do with suicide within the ranks of our military. A recent Army study found that, quote, nearly 1 in 5 Army soldiers entered the service with a mental disorder, a pre-existing condition. And nearly half of all soldiers who tried to commit suicide, first attempted it before enlisting in the military. You couple that with the finding that the majority of those attempting suicide never saw combat. Really speaks to pre-existing conditions that are not being seen at the time of enlistment. Servicemen and women undergo a comprehensive medical and physical exam during recruitment to ensure they're fully fit and capable of performing the range of rigorous duties. Unfortunately, there's not a similar assessment for mental health competency, which creates a serious gap as our military continues to address issues of behavioral health, substance abuse, post-traumatic stress, traumatic brain injuries, and yes, suicide. Representative Tim Ryan of Ohio and I have introduced H.R. 1465, the Medical Evaluation Parity for Service Members Act of 2015. The amendment before you really is verbatim of that bill. This amendment will implement a preliminary mental health assessment at the time recruits first join the military, as well as when they complete active duty through separation or retirement. You know, the evaluation will serve as a baseline to identify changes in behavioral health throughout an individual's military career. The amendment protects privacy. Like all medical records and protections are in place to exclude these evaluations as a factor in review or promotion. This move is supported by the Veterans of Foreign Wars, the Military Officers Association, and the National Guard Association. Since the last NDAA, there has been a steep price paid by not having this provision fully in place. We have lost 108 lives since in the last quarter, October, November, that's just October, November, and December of 2014. My guess is we've already surpassed the first quarter 2015. Those numbers, official numbers, have not been released yet, but you can assume that they're pretty close. That is absolutely, quite frankly, is unnecessary. Madam Chair, members of the Rules Committee, given our continued bipartisan efforts to support mental health and the well-being of our service members, I respectfully request you look favorably upon this amendment and take significant measures to stem the tide of suicide among our active duty. And that doesn't include the numbers of those who committed suicide once they left the military, they ended their service, and they took their own lives back home. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Ms. Waters.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm here to request that the Rules Committee make an order my amendments to H.R. 1735, the National Defense Authorization Act, and waive all points of order against the amendments. Both of my amendments to the NDAA address the allocation of DoD service contracts. The Congressional Research Office reported that the Defense Department's fiscal year 2014 contract obligations total more than $285 billion, more than any other federal agencies. Without going into all of my written testimony here, I'd just like to say that we talk a lot about the need for STEM education. We're concerned that with the expanding new technologies, we need people who are educated and prepared to deal with these new technologies. Our colleges and universities are not yet, providing all of the education that is necessary for our future. And so what I would like to do with this First Amendment is to encourage the Department of Defense to say to contractors, if you support STEM education, if you enhance STEM education in any substantive way, we'll give you a little special consideration. This is not affirmative action. This is not forcing anybody to do anything. This is simply talking about the future of this country and preparing our young people for these new careers in these new technologies. And we would also encourage them to work closely with the black colleges and universities. We know that we are not doing enough to prepare many of our young people who happen to be minorities with STEM education. And so if we encourage contractors, again, to support or enhance STEM education with the way that they do, the work that they do for DOD, that this would be very helpful. And the other amendment that I have is simply an amendment that would encourage DOD, period, to open up the opportunities to minorities and women and veterans because they're spending some $285 billion. And we're working trying to close this wealth gap. You know, a lot of people talk about the unhappiness, the hopelessness in many of these communities. A lot of that certainly has to do with lack of opportunity, lack of strong education, a lack of the ability to contract. Between the local governments and state governments and the federal governments, we spend trillions of dollars on procurement activities, and many of the folks who would like to participate can't get their foot in the door because far too long we have had the ability for agencies to have discretionary contracts to be able to contract with people they have known for many years. Some refer to it as the old boys club, on and on and on. And so these are two amendments that would just say, take a look at this and see what you can do to equalize the opportunities for those who have not had an opportunity to participate. And I would encourage support for these amendments. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Mr. Woodall, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had just one for Mr. Thompson. I'm looking at the amendment striking statistics that you were citing in your testimony. I had not
Frightening.
not heard that. Frightening is the better word. Under the restrictions, it says the use of the screening shall not be the screening shall not be used for promotions promotional ability only as a baseline. Is it to be used to exclude anyone? Will it, as a new examination, will it determine fitness to enlist to begin with?
It will, and that is left to the military to determine, and specifically to the those within the military. My understanding is the way the MEPS centers operate, the resources are there. It's just a matter of deploying this level of this examination. And so, yes, it is based on the findings. I think what's most important when you find people with these pre-existing conditions who are actually joining the military as an escape from whatever problems or demons or stresses that they have in their life, and many of these folks have attempted suicide before joining, you know, to be able to identify this need and point them in the right direction. I'm not sure for many of them going into the military is going to help with that. The other thing, Congressman, that the baseline does is we have a lot of our American heroes, our warriors, who struggle when they're done serving, qualifying, you know, that they have a certain disability or that they have service-related problems and illnesses. This provides a baseline to show, and I think it will help those who didn't have problems, have served proudly, are done in their career, now develop problems as a as a result of their service. It's going to help them qualify for benefits easier so that they can receive the benefits that they've earned. It's just, I think that's another advantage of this.
Thank you. Thank you for doing this. Thank you. Mr. Rothfuss, I'm a believer in what you're trying to do. I've heard from our guard about that as well, as I know many other folks have. There are two amendments that I have seen, one that you're offering alone, one that you were offering in tandem with Mr. Palazzo from Mississippi, I believe. Is there a a difference in terms of the impact on folks who are back home between those two amendments?
Yes, Mr. Weddle. Amendment number 99 has been introduced by myself and co-sponsored by Congressman Perry and Congressman Costello from Pennsylvania. This seeks to halt all transfers of the Apaches from the Guard units until the National Commission on the Future of the Army has completed its report and Congress has a chance to take a look. We know that the Army has already decided to inactivate 2 battalions, one of which is in my congressional district, that would begin the moving of the Apaches on October 1st this year, well before the National Commission on the Future of the Army has had a chance to issue a report so we can see what the impact is going to be. Again, the concern is that they're going to be hollowing out the Guard and striking at the core of their mission, that we expect them to be combat ready and operate, have that depth. Again, we spent 20 years investing in the building of the Guard, and that investment will be wasted if we do not have the time to study what the commission reports, and that's what my amendment number 99 seeks to do. Amendment number 71 is co-sponsored, or Mr. Palazzo introduced it, co-sponsored by myself and Congressman Waltz, seeks to delay any transfers of the remaining Apaches pending the completion of the National Commission's report.
Okay. I thank the gentleman. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Woodall. Mr. McGovern? Thank you. Mr. Stivers?
Thank you. I just wanted to ask a follow-up to Mr. Ralphus about what Mr. Woodall just said. So the commission members have now been named, so they're starting through their deliberations process. We did that in last year's NDA and created that, and now they've been named. So can you just expound, though, on why it's important for the Guard to have this capability to support the active duty and to support our national defense? Because I know that, the argument that you will hear some people say is, states don't need an Apache helicopter, but do you want to explain why that's so important?
As Congressman Perry stated earlier, and I agree with his remarks, we're not talking about what the state needs, we're talking about what the defense of the nation needs. And this goes back to before September 11th, as we started to look at what the Guard was capable of and deciding that we wanted to have some depth and operational capacity in the Guard in the event that they would be called up. And indeed, September 11, 2001 happened. And we saw tremendous support from the Guard and reservists because of the depth that they had. We had 42,000 individual deployments in the Pennsylvania National Guard, serving side by side with active duty, fulfilling the mission. That's why it's important for us to wait before we move these Apaches, to let the National Commission on the Future Army do its work, take a look at the ARI. We did not expect that they would inactivate entire battalions. I think it's premature to do that, and my amendment number 99, co-sponsored again by Congressman Perry and Congressman Costello, would seek to halt those transfers.
Thank you. And, as a member of the National Guard for 30 years, I can tell you, when that force structure disappears, it's not coming back.
Well, that's,
so it's really important to halt it before it disappears.
You're absolutely right. These can't be undone. And again, you're looking at 20 years of investment. It will take another 20 years to get the Guard back to where we have it today.
So I support your amendment. I appreciate it. I appreciate the thoughtful amendments from all the members at the table, and I'm not going to waste everybody's time with questions on them, but appreciate your thoughtful approaches and interest in our national defense. Thanks for being here today. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Hastings. Mr. Collins? Oh, Mr. Polis? Mr. Byrne?
Yes, ma'am. I wanted to say something to Mr. Schiff. This is the third time in this discussion that an AUMF has come up, and there are at least 3 of us that think that there needs to be an AUMF. I just don't think it's in order to do it in the NDAA, but I just wanted to tell you, and I'll offer to you, that I'd be happy to work with you on drafting an AUMF, because I think we need one. I think we're shirking our responsibility by not doing it. I just don't think this bill is the proper vehicle for doing it. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Mr. Newhouse?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just probably because I'm sitting in the freshman chair and can always hear exactly what was going on. But Mr. Thompson, could you just go back over a little bit some of those statistics you were talking about? They seem to agree with Mr. Woodall how concerning they were, and I didn't hear the source of those either. If you could.
Well, these, thank you for the question. These are actually studies conducted by the Army, looking at their actual incidents of suicide. It's a issue I have been working with the Army on from some time, dating back to the successful implementation of the STEP Act, Service Member Telemedicine Electronic Health Portability Act. These studies are relatively new. I believe it was last year, calendar year is my recall, but they're relatively new. And those numbers show that and this is a quote from the Army study, nearly 1 in 5 Army soldiers enter the service with a mental disorder, and nearly half of all soldiers who tried suicide first attempted it before enlisting. And then there was additional finding that really, when you couple it, because most of us, I think, and I was shocked by those numbers. As a former healthcare professional, I worked mental health for many years. I was shocked by that. I mean, my assumption was that, and I'm an Army dad. I have a son that was wounded in Iraq. You know, I know what he dealt with, what he saw in combat. And so my assumption was that many of those, the majority of those suicides, if not all of them, were being driven by the experience of war. War is hard. It's never the things that you see and the things that you experience. And so I was really shocked by the finding within the study that found that that the majority of those who attempted suicide had never seen combat. And it really just speaks to pre-existing conditions. And I think shame on a nation who doesn't, you know, we put a lot of resources into assuring that people are fit for duty or prepared to deal with the rigors, the challenges. I mean, I think there's no better way to serve this nation than the United States military. I'm very proud of our sons and daughters who are serving. But just as we look at the physical readiness, I think we have a responsibility to take that next step and look at mental health readiness and looking at least for those who have pre-existing conditions that might be better served connecting them with other resources at that point when they're trying to, and you know what, the military may find a way to mediate some of that so that some of those may be able to proudly serve. I don't know. I leave that to the experts in the military and the mental health professions. And I appreciate the question.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Thompson. I yield back, Madam Chair.
I want to thank the panelists very much for being here and say that you're excused. Mr. Sanford, Ms. Hahn, Mr. Cicilline, Mr. Hardy, and Ms. Lummis.
I want to thank Mrs. Fox for taking over for a few minutes, and I apologize.
She's glad they're glad you're back, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Before we get started, I just wanted to tell you that I did speak with the parliamentarian, and you are correct. We can undertake to do it. It is not an ordinary thing or a regular thing, but it has been done before by Democrats and Republicans, and therefore I wanted to report back to the chair that I did receive clarity and appreciate very much your ruling.
Thank you, sir. In response to you, I would say that there are lots of things that are given to lots of people, and wisdom should be given with that. And we're trying to ascertain today some balance. And I know you've known me for 15 or 17 years probably, and I won't ask you to comment on my mental capacities or balance, but what I would say is, as chairman of this committee, I try to do the very best I can for the committee and for the Congress and to be as fair and as balanced. And so I offered you what I felt like was my best representation of my thinking. And you did the same. And it does not mean that's what we do. It does mean that when asked a question, I tried to be as honest as I could be. Well, in some respects, there's a lot of truth to that. But once again, I encourage it. They, whether it's a Republican or Democrat, they do call this a powerful committee, and that might be one of the reasons. But that does not mean you do it. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. I'm delighted that you're here, and I see this panel, and I know that the hour is creeping on. I want to remind each of you, we've been here a long time. You have been here a long time, and I appreciate you taking time to do this. And so what we're going to do is try and get through this. I'm going to go to the women first, if that's okay. And so, Janice, I'm going to let you go ahead and lead, and then we'll move on around. You're both in red today, so that's not all bad. I see Mrs. Dingle is also. If you have anything in writing, love to have that entered to the record without objection. We'll do that. Gentlewoman's recognized.
Right. Thank you, Chairman Sessions, Ranking Member Slaughter, Vice Chair Ms. Fox, and all the members of this committee for letting us speak tonight. I'm going to speak on my amendment. It's number 17, and it would repay a small bit of the debt that we owe to our surviving World War II members of the Merchant Mariners. During World War II, millions of Americans in uniform fought bravely to secure freedom and peace throughout the world. And we honored their sacrifices by ensuring that we took care of them when they came home through things like the GI Bill and other services meant to support these veterans. However, the U.S. Merchant Mariners were not included in these benefits. The U.S. Merchant Marine were responsible for transporting troops, delivering supplies for the military in these hostile areas. In the words of President Franklin Roosevelt, they completed the most difficult and dangerous transportation job ever undertaken. And he said, as time goes on, there will be greater public understanding of our merchant fleet record during this war. Hundreds of ships, thousands of men were destroyed by the enemy. In fact, the Merchant Marine lost the highest ratio of men than any other branch of the military in World War II. And it was one of the most critical roles that was played, especially during the early part of that war. General Dwight Eisenhower put it, when final victory is ours, there is no organization that will share its credit more deservedly than the Merchant Marine. Fortunately, those who served this nation so valiantly during that time were not eligible for the GI Bill that helped millions of veterans go to college, secure a home, start a business. The fact that we did not provide similar benefits to those who risked their lives for this country, I think is wrong, and I think we have an opportunity to right it. And while they gained some recognition by the VA in 1988, these brave soldiers never were able to take advantage of the programs to go to college, start a business. There's only 5,000 left of our World War II Merchant Marines. That's why I'm offering this amendment to the National Defense Authorization Act. This amendment is based on a similar piece of legislation that I've introduced with my colleague John Duncan, called the Honoring Our World War II Merchant Marine Act of 2015. This amendment would provide a one-time benefit of $10,000 to the surviving 5,000 World War II mariners. In just the last 2 years, the number of surviving mariners has been cut in half, and I really feel like if we fail to act this year, really this promise will go unfulfilled. And this is such a modest benefit, but I think it would be giving them a little recognition and just a little token of our esteem for what they did in World War II. Many of them are in their 90s. They're not going to survive very much longer. So to pay for this modest benefit, by the way, when I first started this crusade, when I came to Congress, I wanted it to be a lot higher. Originally, it was going to be $1,000 a month. Then I was talked out of that, and we went to $25,000 one-time payment. I was talked out of that. And this was what seems to be something we might be willing to do, is just a mere $10,000 to each surviving merchant mariner. We would pay for this by reducing the Navy outfitting from $697 million to $647 million, still enough that fund would be perfectly doable. This ensures that this amendment meets the pay-go and the cut-go House rules. Thanks for your time. Really would appreciate it if you ruled this in order, and there was nothing that would make me happier in my time in Congress if we were able to do this for our merchant mariners. I think it's the time to right this wrong.
Thank you very much. And by the way, I want to thank you for helping me with a matter that we had to deal with last year. I thought you did it most professionally to the city of Los Angeles, and I want to thank you for a job well done. I've done that publicly once or twice, but I wanted to do that again. Mrs. Lummis?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee, for your hard work. Staff as well. This is the hardest working committee in Congress. Before I begin discussing my own amendments, I want to put in a good word for the Mo Brooks amendment on DACA, for the Rothfuss amendments 99 and 71, which you just heard about National Guards. And I also want to support some language in the base bill regarding sage grouse and oppose efforts to remove it. So those aside, now I'm going to turn to my amendments. First, I would like to discuss my amendment number 210. Co-sponsors are Representatives Ryan Zinke of Montana, Kevin Kramer of North Dakota, and Adrian Smith of Nebraska. This amendment would prohibit reducing the alert posture of the ICBM force. If we unilaterally reduce our alert posture, we reduce our stability in international relations. It allows other nations to strike us first and reduces our ability to respond from about 30 minutes or less to 3 days. It makes it easier for our enemies to take out our nuclear force before we can retaliate. Consequently, de-alerting our nuclear forces could make the nuclear exchange more likely rather than less likely. I strongly commend this amendment to your attention. I have two more amendments that you've seen before, and I want to commend them to your attention again. The first one is number 211, introduced along with Representative Raul Labrador. It would prohibit the indefinite detention without charge or trial of U.S. citizens and lawful permanent residents apprehended on U.S. soil. It conforms the NDAA bill to the Constitution of the United States. Now, back in FY 2012, the NDAA authorized the indefinite military detention of American citizens. Of particular concern to me, the fiscal year 12 NDAA detainee provisions do not exempt U.S. citizens, nor define the due process rights of American citizens suspected of terrorism and arrested on U.S. soil. I am asking you to conform this bill language to the United States Constitution. Even if U.S. citizens and lawful permanent residents are suspected of terrorism, they can only be detained on U.S. soil if they are charged with an actual crime. That is the way it should be. And then that triggers their constitutionally endowed rights. Now, this language has previously passed the U.S. Senate by a vote of 67 to 29. Unfortunately, it was not enacted into law, nor was my amendment last year made in order that would do the same thing. I ask you, please make it in order this year. Finally, I have a third amendment. It is of particular importance to me and my colleague, Vermont Representative Peter Welsh. We're asking for greater transparency in our intelligence budgets. Our amendment would simply require the president to publish in the Federal Register the total dollar amount requested in his budget for each element of the intelligence community, and to do so for subsequent years as well. Currently, that information is classified, but disclosing the top-line spending levels for these agencies will not compromise intelligence activities. It just allows for transparency and was a recommendation of the 9/11 Commission. Mr. Chairman, those are my amendments. Tried to be as brief as possible. Thank you all for your hard work on this committee. I yield back.
Cynthia, thank you very much. Your presence before the committee is not only appreciated and respected, but your ideas about the ICBM force reminds us of the original deterrent that I was aware of as a young man, about our desire to protect ourselves. It was a very strong feeling out of Offutt Air Force Base that I knew also, and I appreciate it. Mr. Sanford, welcome to the Rules Committee. We're delighted that you're here. I know you've been here for a number of hours, and we tried to hustle, but we finally made it.
It's been fascinating. I've enjoyed it every minute. I'll attempt to be very brief per Ms. Fox's instruction. Thank you for the chance to testify. Two amendments, 121 and 122. The first simply deals with overseas contingency operations. And one of the deltas that you and I would observe from, in essence, my first time in Congress to the present is a very different use of overseas contingency fundings, and frankly, a very fuzzy gray line as to what is or isn't overseas contingency funding. So all this amendment does is to ask for simple definition. It's described in the amendment itself. I won't describe it. I think it's important from two standpoints. One is accounting. I don't think we can ever get our arms around the way we do or don't spend defense funding until we, frankly, define what's defense funding and what's overseas contingency. Two, I think it's important in that definitions provide clarity, not just from a funding standpoint, but from a function standpoint as well. And finally, I'd make this point from a budgetary standpoint. This is of immense importance because if you look at overseas contingencies, for the most part, they're not offset. So in essence, really about 10% of our national debt is comprised of funding that was tied to overseas contingency operations, which I think at a third level makes it that much more important. That's the First Amendment. The Second Amendment, quite simply, is for a vote on the authorization of military force against ISIS. In essence, to bring up the President's proposal before this Congress. I would personally vote against it, but I'd like to bring it up. The reason I would do so is this. One, when I was in the Air Force Reserves, among other duties, I found myself assigned at Hickam Air Force Base, and we were retrieving from theater folks who had life-altering wounds that will impact them for the rest of their lives. And you saw the real cost of war that was borne by these folks that did not get a ticker tape parade or anything. Horrendous injuries. And whether with ISIS or other engagements, there is a profound cost to war. And accordingly, I think we need to hold that which the Founding Fathers framed for us, which was a constitutional mandate that only Congress could declare war. So we have morphed into, in essence, open-ended commitments with regard to our engagement of force around the world. Two, we're well beyond what the War Powers prescribes in terms of 60 days. We're 150 plus beyond that. Three, the President has actually laid out a proposal, whether we like it or dislike it. I think it's incumbent upon the Congress, based on our constitutional mandate, to say yay or nay. I think the Speaker, if I'm not mistaken, actually proposed saying we need to take what the President has suggested, and I think it deserves a vote. And for those different reasons, I would like to offer, obviously subject to this committee's approval, that Second Amendment.
Very insightful. I appreciate it. That's clear thinking.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it. Mr. Cicilline?
Thank you, Chairman Sessions and Ranking Member McGovern and Ranking Member Hastings and all the members of the committee for your incredibly hard work and for the long hours you toiled in this committee. We all appreciate it. And thank you for the opportunity to testify. And I'm asking the committee to make in order two amendments. My first amendment is Amendment Number 74, and it pertains to procurement opportunities for American manufacturers. The fiscal year 2015 appropriate investments may be worthwhile investments in the future and stability of Afghanistan and of the region. We should take steps to ensure that American manufacturers are provided the opportunity to at least compete for contracts funded by the American taxpayers to equip the Afghan National Security Forces. My amendment would simply require the Secretary of Defense, in conjunction with the Secretary of State, to submit a report within 6 months of enactment of the bill detailing the efforts made to engage American manufacturers in procurement opportunities for equipping the Afghan National Security Forces. This amendment places no requirements determining which companies should be awarded contracts from the Afghanistan National Security Forces Fund, but merely requires DoD and state to provide details on the efforts it has made to engage and provide opportunities to American manufacturers. My amendment, which is very similar to one that this House passed and which this very wise committee ruled in order last year, was unfortunately not included in the conference report. It was passed by the House, but not included in the conference report. The purpose of this is really to allow American manufacturers to obviously have an opportunity to compete for this work and for the jobs that are connected to it to help grow our nation's manufacturing sector. But secondly, it also, by creating more competition, it will also ensure that the Afghan National Security Forces are provided with the highest quality equipment, helping them to better protect their own future and protecting our own national security interests. As long as American taxpayers are going to support Afghan National Security Forces through these procurement contracts, we should at least ensure that American manufacturers are given the opportunity to compete for these contracts. My second amendment, Amendment Number 235, pertains to our relationship with the Republic of Cyprus. And I'm very pleased to be offering this amendment with my colleague, Mr. Bilirakis from Florida. In 1992, the Department of State issued a public notice that all licenses for the export of defensive articles for the armed forces of the Republic of Cyprus were prohibited under the Arms Export Control Act. This notice was issued in order to prevent an arms race in Cyprus that would undermine a peaceful resolution to the dispute between Turkey and the Greek Cypriots. More than 20 years later, however, this prohibition does not reflect the realities of the critical nature of our relationship with the Republic of Cyprus as a key ally in the global war on terror. In 2014, the Vice President Biden, underscored the importance of the U.S.-Cypriot relationship under the leadership of President Anastasiades. And the Vice President said that the Republic of Cyprus has, quote, become a genuine strategic partner to the United States and an essential link to our war on terrorism, end quote. Additionally, in its 2013 country reports on terrorism, the State Department concluded that the government of the Republic of Cyprus collaborated closely with the United States, the EU, and other countries bilaterally and multilaterally in international counterterrorism efforts. The Republic of Cyprus has demonstrated its essential link to the United States and NATO forces. It's opened its ports and airports for military transit as part of missions in Afghanistan and Iraq. It's also provided flyover and landing rights to U.S. aircraft, and port access to U.S. ships serves as an evacuation point for U.S. citizens during the 2006 Israel-Lebanon conflict and 2011 uprisings in Egypt, and played a critical role in the United Nations destruction of Syrian chemical weapons in 2013. Yet today, the Republic of Cyprus is forced to procure weapons from Russia, despite the desire to work more closely with the United States. This amendment, or our amendment, would require the Secretaries of Defense and State to submit to Congress a report adequately assessing the impact of the existing prohibition on licenses for defensive materials on the national security of the Republic of Cyprus. It would assess the Republic of Cyprus' ability to defend itself against foreign threats and the impact of the existing prohibition on the U.S.-Cypriot relationship and the national security of the United States. The amendment would help provide greater context for the potential to strengthen our nation's relationship with a critical European ally and a genuine strategic partner in the war on terror. I thank the committee for the opportunity to speak today, and I also thank you for the consideration of both of these amendments, and would like to end by offering my strong support for the Hahn Amendment. I have a grandfather who was a merchant marine, and although he's no longer alive, I know this has been a passion of Congresswoman Hahn's, who is finishing her last term in Congress, and it would be a great legacy if this were made in order, and I urge that the committee to do that as well.
Thank you, Mr. Cicilline. Mr. Hardy, welcome to the Rules Committee. We're delighted that you're here. The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the opportunity to be here before your hard-working committee. Appreciate all you staying so late. My amendment is Amendment 345. My amendment was inspired by the Obama administration proposal to establish a national monument in the Basin and Range area of my home state of Nevada, directly under the airspace of the Nevada Test and Training Range. As an active hunter and outdoorsman, I appreciate the beauty of our landscapes and our unique flora and abundant animal species that roam our terrain. What I can't appreciate and what appalls me, quite frankly, is the unilateral decision of a bunch of bureaucrats here in Washington to lock up more than 700,000 acres of land and move that will irreparably harm our warfighters' ability to train for some of its most vital missions taking place in theaters around the globe. Think about that number for just a moment, if you would. 700,000 acres, that's nearly the size of Rhode Island. Or put it differently, that's 1 acre for each individual of my constituents in my district. Coming from the West, where the state that is more than 81% of federally controlled, I have some strong opinions with respect to the stewardship of the lands in Nevada, but this bill and my amendment are about something bigger than disagreements about land ownership. My amendment is about protecting America's national security. That means ensuring that the military has guaranteed access to land located beneath the associated with military operations, operation areas for essential training and readiness activities. These activities are often tied directly to fight ops that can include anything from tactical ground parties to SERE, pararescue training, ground instrumentation, maintenance. The list goes on and on. It really is that the land in the draft proposal back home in Nevada provides our military and allies with some of the best terrain available to mimic what will encounter in battlefields abroad. There's just no substitute anywhere on the planet for what would be lost with this monument designation. While the impetus for this amendment is an executive act that would affect a huge swath of my state, the designation would severely hinder the readiness of our military and the security of America. My amendment evaluates national security above politics and the legacy projects and gives our military certainty it needs to adequately train and prepare for current and future conflicts. With that, I welcome any questions.
Mr. Hardy, thank you very much. I'm intrigued by each of your presentations, and I want to thank you for being here. And I did mean it, Mr. Sanford, you're very clear thinking about looking at objectively the OCO fund, the amount of money that's in there. I would just make one comment, rightly or wrongly, over the time, because during that time that spanned, I served with you. You were here before I was, and you've come back. Is that I believe the OCO fund is there because of things that all of a sudden flare up and present themselves as circumstances that between our cycles we did not adequately see, understand, or fund appropriately. And so while I do understand what you've said, I want to reinforce to you that in my opinion, OCO is there for a reason. It should never be misused. We should understand what it's there for, and it should be off limits to things we cannot explain properly. And I think that what you've said helped me get to that understanding a little bit better, and I want to thank you.
Would the gentleman yield? I would just respectfully submit this. I mean, for instance, if you look at overseas contingency funding in this last round. Oh, I'm sorry. It's on. Get closer. What I'd respectfully submit is that if you look at overseas contingency funding in this last operation, what you saw built into the budget was, for instance, missile defense in Poland. You saw airfield improvement in Italy, right. Which one could probably define as outside of the theater of current operations with regard to ISIS or Middle East.
And your insight is most valuable to this member. Thank you very much. Mrs. Fox?
Thank you very much. I want to thank our colleagues for their patience also in waiting to speak to us. I have no questions. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Does any of the members to my right wish, the gentleman from Massachusetts?
Yeah, no, I would just say I appreciate you all being patient and waiting here. I support most of your amendments, and even the ones I don't support, I think you ought to have your day on the floor. You know, obviously we've been talking about the AUMF on and on and on all day today, but even with the OCO fund, one of the things that bothers me about the way, and this is another one of Congress's not living up to its responsibilities, we have this tendency here to go to war and not pay for it, just put it under an emergency spending account. I mean, we've been in war now for as long as I've been here. That we don't know how much it's going to cost or how much we need to budget year to year is just ludicrous at this point. We just don't want to take the tough choices, take the tough votes, which means that we have to actually put money into these budgets and do it right. But I appreciate what you're trying to do and look forward to having a good debate on the floor.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I support all of the amendments, and Mr. McGovern just piqued my interest for me to repeat what I said last night. You can't have guns and butter, and we've proved that over and over. And I, too, believe that we should have an authorized use of our military force, and I, too, believe that it's the responsibility of Congress to declare war. Nevertheless, I would favor paying more taxes myself to support efforts that we deem appropriate. And I think that taxes need to be put on the our radar of this Congress and any other, and we need to stop being afraid. If we're going to send our military personnel into war, then we ought to be willing to do what's necessary, and that's to pay for it. And paying for it is the responsibility of all of us and each and every one of American citizens.
Gentleman yields back his time. Thank you very much. Does any Republican seek time? Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
I had a question for Ms. Hahn. Ms. Hahn, I like your amendment. Like Mr. Cicilline, I had somebody in my family. My uncle was actually lost at sea as a merchant marine, very close to my heart. But I was looking at your amendment, and I didn't see the wording in the amendment on the pay-for that you described in your oral presentation. So maybe I'm reading it wrong. Do you know what exactly you were going to get the money from?
We're going to reduce, and this was actually a suggestion that came from the committee, that we reduce the Navy outfitting from $697 million to $647 million. It is...
What page and line?
I'm on page 4, and I'm on line 19, 20, 21.
Well, maybe that would explain it. I don't have a line 19, 20, and 21.
Here, let me give you my copy.
I thank the young mayor for his assistance there.
She's got a better copy than I've got. Thank you very much. I yield back.
Does any other member seek time? Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just for the lady from California as well, piqued my interest in, looks like, correcting a oversight, but it's very specific. So I was just curious, and maybe this is outside your, but if you could help me, are there current or since World War II, are there veterans of the Merchant Marines or current members that would fall into this, potentially into this type of a category? Do you know?
I think there's 5,000.
I mean, not the ones that served in World War II, but since then.
Oh, you know, that's a good question because it doesn't take into account past. This is specifically for those that served in World War II.
Curious question.
Right.
That's something we can look into later. I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to thank all 5 of you for taking time to sit through the day. We, as a committee, find your testimony, your ideas, and your content most interesting, and we thank each and every one of you. And Cynthia, you come back here anytime you want. Thank you very much. The chairman will now call what might be the final group. We'll find out here. I'd like to, yeah, a lot. So true. Mr. Rohrabacher, Ms. Jackson Lee, Mr. Bridenstine, veteran and Mrs. Dingle. Mrs. Dingle, thank you very much. You've got your red dress on. That certainly helps out the older guys in the crowd to pay attention properly. On behalf of the committee, we want to thank you for your time today. I know you've been waiting. Mr. Bridenstine, perhaps you should get an award for, yes, sir. And I want to thank each of you for being here. Without objection, anything you have in writing will be under the record. You're aware, and I'm aware, that you're between us and the door. Brevity would be appreciated. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you very much, Chairman Sessions, and all the rest of you in this committee. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify before you today to make my case of why I believe my proposed amendments to H.R. 1735 ought to be made in order by this committee. My first amendment, number 49, would require that the Secretary of Defense certify before we give money to Pakistan that they are not using Pakistan's military to persecute and to murder minority groups like the Baluch and the Sindhis and other minorities in Pakistan. Last year, a substantially similar amendment was made in order by this committee, and it was adopted by the full House, but then subsequently stripped during the conference negotiations. It is beyond me why anybody would have an objection to conditioning aid to Pakistan on a certification by the Secretary of Defense that they are not using it to aid in the persecution and the murder of religious and ethnic minorities. So I'm here again. We passed it last year. I would hope that this language will make it all the way through the process this time and be the final version of the bill that makes it to the President's desk. My second amendment, number 50, is similar to the amendment I just mentioned. It would require the Secretary of Defense to certify before giving aid to Pakistan that Pakistan is not supporting groups that conduct terrorist activities. I think my justification for this amendment needs no explanation. My third and final amendment, amendment number 51, is a sense of Congress regarding Dr. Afridi, the Pakistani citizen who helped the United States identify the hiding place of Osama bin Laden, the murderer of 3,000 Americans. The amendment states that Dr. Afridi is an international hero and should be released from prison immediately. Like amendment number 49, this is an amendment that also was made in order by this committee last year and was subsequently adopted by the full House. Unfortunately, however, the language was stripped from the bill during the conference negotiations, an outcome that I believe is just unacceptable. Mr. Chairman, we're talking about defining who we are as Americans. And there are people in Pakistan and in that part of the world who see us as arming the terrorists who murder their families, Christians who live in that area, who are slaughtered in cooperation with the Pakistani government, and at least the Pakistani government providing them funds in order to operate. We know that the man responsible for the slaughter of 3,000 Americans on 9/11 was kept there in Pakistan. No one can tell me that it's so naive to suggest that the Pakistani authorities didn't know that he was there. We have to draw the line. Let's support those people in that part of the world who are friends to the United States, but also have decent values and are not engaged in this type of terrorism and slaughter of innocent people. And if we continue to just say, oh, we don't want to upset things, you know, I know that's a tough decision for people, but it's the type of decision we need to make because we need to send a message to the world that we don't put up with this type of terrorism. We're not just opposing the terrorists here and there because they might kill Americans, but but because it's immoral for them to do that. And we will then have a coalition of people that will help us defeat Al-Qaeda, ISIL, and these Hezbollah and the rest of these horrible groups. So we need to send a message to the world. My amendments would do that. Thank you, Mr.
Ms.
Chair.
Rohrabacher, thank you very much. Ms. Adams, I'm going to have you go ahead and come on up to the table if you were here to give testimony, and we'll put you. I'll sit right behind. That would be awesome. The gentleman from California is so nice. Ms. Jackson Lee, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. Let me first of all thank the members here for their time. And I will briefly state by way of a sentence what my amendments are.
Thank you very much.
Amendments number 53 asks the Secretary of Defense to submit a report to Congress on the feasibility of providing technical assistance in the form of training, equipment, and logistics to improve air traffic control systems in Africa. I say that because operations of our military, not necessarily war operations, but operations that deal with flying over the territory of Africa, rely upon African air traffic controllers, and there have been many incidences where untrained African air traffic controllers have fallen asleep, are not technically equipped to deal with our military personnel. And so I would ask for consideration of that amendment. Amendment number 52 deals with the ongoing problem of Boko Haram, Al-Shabaab, Al-Qaeda, and ISIS now making their way on the African continent, and it authorized the Secretary of Defense to establish a program of counterterrorism technical assistance to African military commands in combating Boko Haram, which has been heinous in its actions toward the people in particularly in southern Africa. I would, amendment number 57 directs the Secretary, it's Jackson Lee Mindy amendment, directs the Secretary of the Navy to submit a report to the Congress on the feasibility of applying desalination technology application for defense and national security purposes. Amendment number 55 has been submitted and accepted in previous defense authorization bills, and I would ask my colleagues to consider these amendments to be added to this particular bill. 55 calls for the outreach of small business concerns owned and controlled by women and minorities prior to conversion of certain functions to contracted performance. Amendment number 65 requires the Government Accountability Office to include in its annual report to Congress a list of the most common grounds for sustaining protests relating to bids for contracts. Amendment number 76 calls for increased collaboration between the DOD and the National Institutes of Health to combat triple-negative breast cancer, and Amendment number 77, which provides authorization of $2.5 million in additional funding to combat post-traumatic stress disorder. All of the documentation suggests that the PTSD is increasing, though we are treating it. It is increasing primarily because it is being diagnosed by soldiers that are returning, but also soldiers who have been here and not been previously diagnosed, as our commitment to them in the veterans services. And so I'd ask for that commitment, which we accepted in last year. Finally, the Jackson Lee Amendment, co-sponsored by by Congressman G.K. Butterfield, Chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, Alma Adams, and co-chair of the bipartisan Congressional HBCU, which is sitting next to me, and Barbara Lee. This amendment deals with, it makes available to the Secretary of Defense several resources to assist in identifying HBCUs, Hispanic serving institutions, Native American colleges, and National Science Foundation directors with a special focus on these academic institutions to provide the capacity of these institutions to pave the way for their programs to continue to serve the educational needs of communities, large and small, across the United States, and engage with the Department of Defense resources and needs. With that, Mr. Chairman, I thank you and yield back.
Thank you very much. Ms. Adams? Welcome.
Department of Defense provide family counseling and individual counseling services that not only reduce the symptoms of post-traumatic stress and other behavioral disorders, but it also empowers service members to be emotionally available to their spouses and children. It also asks the Department of Defense use standards developed by the medical community for individual and family counseling. And lastly, it recommends that the department conduct a 5-year study of the progress of members that are treated for mental health disorders. Such a report could include difficulty keeping up with treatment, familiar status before and after treatment, access to mental health counseling at department facilities and military installations. It's clear that both the Department of Defense and the House Armed Services Committee recognize that post-traumatic stress disorder is a serious problem for service members and their families. My amendment builds on the language already in the committee report that the department take a holistic approach to treatment of post-traumatic stress disorder and that it collaborate with research entities to develop new therapies. Mr. Chairman, while there's agreement that we need to do more for our service members who live with post-traumatic stress disorder, we must also become trauma aware, which means recognizing that the traumatic experiences of combat can often intensify or exacerbate previous life experiences or periods of emotional distress in the life of a service member. And that's why we very much need therapies that take a comprehensive approach to trauma and the full scope of PTSD's life-changing impact on a service member and their family. In closing, I want to thank the committee, and Mr. Chairman, you for your time, and ask that the amendment be accepted for consideration.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you very much. Ms. Dingle, you come with a great name. Your husband is a very dear friend of mine, and I miss John a lot, and I hope you'll express to him that this committee misses seeing him up here also. With that said, I think he put his best foot forward by sending you. The gentlewoman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for those kind words, and it'll be the first thing I say to him tonight, and you know he has great respect for you. I'm not sure he misses the room at this hour, but I know he misses you.
I did a shot at it anyway.
But anyway, thank you very much, and I will try. And thank you all the members of the committee for being so late and listening to all of us present our amendments. I'm here to ask for consideration of my amendment 103. And to ask for you to make it in order. It expresses a sense of the Congress that the President should exercise all of his available authorities to evacuate U.S. citizens and nationals from Yemen as soon as possible. Since the hostilities began in Yemen a few months ago, my office is hearing daily from Yemeni Americans. Most of them are my constituents. Some of them are stuck in Yemen themselves, and others have family living there with no ability to get out. These U.S. citizens have been calling desperate, and it's heartbreaking to hear their stories. And with the increased hostilities, it's unsafe for them. They get caught in the middle, forcing them to leave their homes. While the current 5-day humanitarian ceasefire is welcome and much needed, we need to continue to work towards a political solution for this conflict. It's not helping them. This is very personal for me. Michigan's 12th congressional district is home to one of the highest concentrations of Yemeni Americans in the United States. Some 9% of the Arab American community in Detroit and the Dearborn area has roots from Yemen. These U.S. citizens have nowhere to turn. They're caught in the midst of a deadly civil war and a growing humanitarian crisis. In fact, this week, NPR reported a story about Americans who are trying to escape the chaos. They told the story of Riona Aladashi, a 16-year-old girl from my hometown. She traveled to Yemen just to visit her father. She knew it was dangerous, but she wanted to see her dad. She was in Saunas when the hostilities broke out and escaped to a smaller village for safety. Her family tried to escape Saudi Arabia, but they were denied entry because she didn't have a man traveling with her. They had to re-enter the war zone in Yemen and make the perilous journey south to the border of Aden, where they are lucky enough to find a private touring boat. They had to travel at night to avoid gunfire. There was no food and water. It's a nightmare over there, and we're hearing it every day. It's clear that a U.S.-led evacuation is difficult to achieve now. that our embassy in Sana'a and other facilities are closed. However, China, Ethiopia, India, and Russia have all taken necessary steps to evacuate their citizens. At least we should be coordinating with our allies who still have capabilities. And I want to make one more point clear. The safety of U.S. personnel in our region is our shared priority, and we should not advocate for any action that would put American troops or additional personnel in harm's way. But my constituents and their families and many of yours need hope that are stuck in Yemen. They need to know the government's on their side and they haven't forgotten them. This is why the amendment expressing the sense of Congress is so important. So I'm here to plead for you to consider this. I've talked fast, which I don't normally because I know it's late. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and all the members of the committee.
Thank you very much, Ms. Niggle. Mr. Bridenstine, I'm delighted that you are here. You're also the end of the line.
So I get to take as much time as I'd like?
As the old say, it's a scouting thing. Take all the time you need. Now make a fast
Got it.
exit.
I'll do the best I can.
Jump's recognized.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
So my amendment is number 156. It strikes Section 1084 of the underlying bill. I want to explain why that's important. It deals with the Civil Reserve Air Fleet, a program sometimes called CRAF. It strikes specifically Section 1084 of the underlying bill. Striking Section 1084 will maintain the robust partnership between the Department of Defense and commercial air passenger and cargo operators participating in the Civil Reserve Air Fleet program known as CRAF. The CRAF partnership has endured for over 60 years. Over 20 carriers and 500 aircraft participate in CRAF. The Civil Reserve Air Fleet augments the Air Force Strategic Airlift Fleet during peacetime and wartime. Section 1084 may be well-intentioned, but it will produce negative second and third order effects which may jeopardize the CRAF relationship. Let me explain how CRAF works briefly. The CRAF program is cooperative, voluntary. It involves the DoD and commercial airlines. U.S. Transportation Command manages the program. That's a combatant command, manages the program. CRAF uses commercial air passenger and cargo aircraft to fill critical military air mobility requirements. Carriers pledge aircraft and crew to augment DoD airlift capability during national defense-related crises. In return, DoD provides peacetime airlift business opportunities to CRAF carriers. At all times, CRAF carriers must be ready to provide aircraft within 24 hours of activation, maintain adequate and qualified crews, and meet rigorous safety and proficiency standards in order to participate. CRAF has international and CRAF includes big carriers such as UPS, headquartered in Georgia, and smaller carriers such as Air Transport International and ABX Air from Wilmington, Ohio. Individual carriers create teams to maximize peacetime business. Each year, DoD commits a fixed business allocation to qualifying carriers. In addition, Transcom awards additional business called expansion business on a monthly basis. Each CRAF team divides up the total business based on pre-established agreements with the carriers. The teams divide the total pie. That's simply how CRAF works. The existing CRAF program developed over the last 6 decades. It's agile, it's flexible, it meets military requirements. CRAF provides mission assuredness to Transcom and funding stability to carriers. As a Navy pilot, I can tell you that airlift requirements constantly changed. I have been the receiver of CRAF airlift capabilities from time to time as theater events occurred. DoD and Transcom needs flexibility, not micromanagement from politicians in Washington, D.C. Section 1084 threatens to change this carefully developed system through a seemingly mundane annual DoD reporting requirement. I say seemingly mundane. This report requires DoD to assign mission requirements on a carrier-by-carrier basis annually and project it out to 5 years. Section 1084 mandates that each carrier is giving so-called block hours flying requirements to fill. Block hours. So the DoD is going to be required by the Congress to create block hours to fill missions that might not necessarily need to be filled. This is bad policy. Essentially, Section 1084 requires Transcom to institute an entirely new, inappropriate metric, block hours, to assess the program. As I said, CRAF requirements change month to month, but Section 1084 compels DoD to set requirements annually and project 5 years into the future. Ultimately, this provision may encourage DoD to compel CRAF carriers to fly missions into unsafe environments and fill an arbitrary quota. In particular, 1084 may encourage some smaller and larger carriers to drop out of CRAF. rather than risk the safety of their crews and their planes. Transcom and most craft carriers want, this is important, Transcom and most craft carriers want to strike 1084. Indeed, the commander of Transcom, the combatant commander, General Paul Selva, wrote a strong letter about Section 1084, which I would like to enter into the record. Mr. Chairman, may I enter that into the record?
That objection.
General Selva stated that 1084 could threaten, I want to be really clear, 1084 could threaten his ability to manage enterprise readiness. And this provision could, 1, jeopardize our existing contractual relationships, 2, disrupt carriers' ability to manage teaming agreements, 3, interrupt flexibility built into the current process. 1084 simply threatens readiness. It interrupts flexibility. It disrupts teams. It jeopardizes contracts. Again, this criticism is not from me, it's from General Selva. I'm echoing his criticism, the very man who manages and oversees craft as a combatant commander. Mr. Chairman, many craft carriers also believe that Section 1085 undermines the program itself. Omni Air International, based in my district, wrote a letter which I would also like to enter into the record.
The objection.
The Omni's letter states that 1084 would pose a staggering administrative burden, tie the hands of the commander, and put civilian aircraft and crew at risk. Omni was never consulted about 1084. And for the folks in this room and that are maybe watching on TV, I would imagine that your constituents were also not consulted before 1084 was put in this bill. I have similar letters written by other carriers concerned. They include ABX Air of Wilmington, Ohio, Northern Air Cargo of Anchorage, Alaska, Kalita Air of Ypsilanti, Michigan, Air Transport International of Wilmington, Ohio, Skylease of Greensboro, North Carolina, and UPS has also expressed concerns. Mr. Chairman, it is clear that we need much more careful study and debate before enacting anything like Section 1084. The current system provides flexibility to our military commanders and the stability and safety to our carriers. Craft works well because Washington, D.C. has stayed out of it and let the DoD and industry manage the evolving partnership from the bottom up. The craft partnership between commercial industry and the DoD is critical, and we need consultation with all carriers and buy-in from Transcom before we radically change it. I ask you to make this amendment in order, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I appreciate each of you being here, and will tell you that you doing your due diligence and your homework is most appreciated and respected by the committee. As a matter of fact, Mr. Bridenstine, I've received a lot of fan mail and opposition to what you're saying, so I know that what you did is most instructive, and I appreciate the hard work. Mrs. Fox?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no questions, but I thank our colleagues for being here.
Thank you very much. Mr. McGovern?
Well, thank you, and I hope that your amendments are made in order so we can have a debate on the floor. And I just said to Ms. Dingle, I heard the NPR report that you mentioned, and it was heartbreaking, and I agree. There has to be more that we can do to help Americans who are trapped in this awful situation, and I hope that your amendment is made in order so we can highlight the issue, but also have a vote on it. So thank you very much. I yield back.
Judge Hastings?
Favor all of the amendments being made in order. Ms. Dingle, if you would do the transcriber or reporter a favor and spell the name of that child. It went fast. I don't know whether she caught it, but I did it. Yeah, just, okay.
Oh, you want
Yeah.
It is
That's just for her benefit.
Ronya Abadash.
Yeah, I knew it. All right.
Thank you very
Mr.
much.
Chairman.
Does any Republican seek time? Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to ask Mr. Bridenstine, who I believe sits on the Armed Services Committee, what was the conversation in committee? Obviously, you feel very passionate about this. I don't think I saw any votes on committee on this. Tell me the backstory.
So I'm on the Strategic Forces Subcommittee and the Sea Power Subcommittee, and I was focused like a laser on those subcommittees and, of course, working very hard on those provisions. This seemingly was entered in the chairman's mark, and at the time it didn't seem like it was a big deal. It was just report language. unfortunately, when it came out of committee and constituents started looking at it, it was very clear that it's a little bit more than report language. In fact, the report requires very clearly these, what they call block hours, and it will require, my constituents, your constituents, to fly into austere places for training requirements, that normally those requirements are left to the Department of Defense, to the United States Air Force, to Air Mobility Command. Now it's going to be commercial airliners flying there. So what I saw at the time as simple report language became apparent. It's not exactly what it is, and I'm trying to get it fixed before this bill passes the floor.
Now, the chairman's said he's received letters on this topic as well. Who's driving the train on the other side of this? Who has a vested interest in changing the effective status quo?
There are, this is tough, but this is a contractor on contractor issue. And in some cases, there are contractors who want to drive other contractors out of the craft program. By doing so, they're going to get a bigger market share. At the same time, they're going to drive down competition and drive up prices. It's not a good idea. But at the same time, some people want a bigger market share.
I thank the gentleman. I thank you all. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back his time. Gentleman from Louisville, Texas, Dr. Birch is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Engel, let me just ask you, why would a sense of Congress in an NDAA bill accomplish what you're trying to accomplish? It seems like this should be something that's taken up directly by the State Department and handled. Why has that not occurred?
Well, I've been talking to the State Department frequently, at least every week and sometimes several times a week. And I understand that we don't want to put anybody at risk, and I think that's very important. But I have been begging the State Department to, I could tell you story after story of families that have been told to work with other countries, boats that were supposed to be there that weren't there. And I think there are two different aspects of it. One, it's a sense of Congress, and it is sending a message to those that are in Yemen and cannot escape that, one, we do care, we're not abandoning them, we're trying to figure it out. And they need that sense of hope. They need to know that somebody cares. And it tells the State Department that we care too, and that we are watching what happens, and that we don't want to hurt any American in the military, but we've done it we don't want to get engaged in a war. We don't want to get engaged in military, but we have a responsibility, like other countries, to help our Americans that are there.
Just aware of the stories that were reported in the newspapers. I really hadn't thought about it till you brought this amendment to us tonight, about the Marines that had to disarm before they were allowed to get on aircraft to leave the country of Yemen. It doesn't seem, we've unfortunately had to leave countries before. This doesn't seem like it has been handled in a forthright way. So I share your concern. I don't know whether this is the correct place for it to occur. If the chairman wants to make it an order, then we certainly should have the debate on it. And Mr. Bernstein, I'll just echo what Mr. Woodall said. When you were telling this story, I thought, oh my gosh, there's more to this. There's someone for it and there's someone against it. And I really appreciate you. I don't know that I would have found that in this big volume of legislative language that we have in front of us, nor understood the implications of the duty hours and the report language that you brought to us this evening. So thank you for doing that. And Mr. Chairman, I hope the amendment Mr. Bernstein has brought to us will be made in order, because I think it deserves debate and deserves our thoughtful consideration. And I'll yield back.
Thank you very much. Anyone else seek time? Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate everyone coming and the concern, but I also want to mention the same section as well for Mr. Bridenstine. I think that is something that, these are things that get caught in big bills, and I appreciate the catch and look forward to hopefully seeing it made in order. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. I want to thank all four of you. We've got one last panel, and that'll be our Rules Committee members. They've waited all day for a chance to do this, but I want you to know that you taking time to be before the committee, representing your thoughts and ideas, is very important to us, and we value the time that you have taken to make a professional presentation today. If you'll please remember to leave anything you have in writing for the stenographer, it will be of great benefit. Don't forget to tell John we said hi. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And that is that John Dingell probably, if you count all the hours that he worked and spent trying to do good for America, it probably adds up to about what everybody in this room has contributed in terms of our work. And so I want to be on the record as making sure we are grateful to him for all that hard work, because now we have to pick up the load where giants like John Dingell did it for us before. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
In fact, I think that's correct, and I want to thank each of you. You're now.
Chairman?
Yes, ma'am.
To make it bipartisan, may I echo that as well?
Yes,
To be able to say that he was a wonderful mentor to me and many others. And as I do that, just want to make sure I mention an amendment that my staff said I did not, but it's before you all, and that's all I will say is that it's before you.
Yes,
I thank John Dingell for his leadership.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. I want to thank all of you. Appreciate it. We'll now turn our attention to our awesome committee members. And it will wait just 1 second for the room to clear. Jim, right here. Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Peace through superior firepower. Gentleman from Massachusetts recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have 3 amendments. I'll be very, very quick. One is, number 68 is the Atomic Veterans Service Medal Act. Basically, the amendment would create a medal to be awarded to atomic veterans on their or their surviving family members in honor of their service to our nation. As you all know, between 1945 and 1962, about 225,000 members of our armed forces participated in hundreds of atmospheric nuclear weapons tests. These GIs became known as atomic veterans. They were placed in extremely dangerous areas and constantly exposed to radiation in performance of their duties. They were sworn to secrecy. They could not even speak of their service, oftentimes to their doctors. Atomic veterans have been recognized, identified, and acknowledged as a discrete cohort of American veterans. In 1990, Congress directed the Department of Justice to begin a program to compensate these veterans for their decades of for the decades that they were unable to receive proper treatment for radiation-related diseases. So what's been frustrating is that the Department of Defense has kind of claimed it's too difficult to identify who these veterans are, and therefore they haven't been able to, they've kind of resisted this idea. Well, we all know who these veterans are. I mean, it is documented, and maybe because some bureaucrat doesn't want to do the work, you know, the names have been identified, and so I hope we can make this in order, because I think they deserve this. The other amendment is number 354. In the base bill, well, let me put it this way. The amendment would simply keep the current inflation-adjusted level of $150,000 for simplified acquisitions that applies to certain textile and clothing purchases by the Department of Defense. And these include items like textiles, tents, and flags, as well as clothing and individual equipment and so forth. But essentially, right now, under the Berry and Kissel amendments, which give preference to American manufacturers, things below $150,000 are exempt, essentially. What this bill does, and I can't quite figure out why, because there doesn't seem to be any disruption in the supply chain, it raises that level to $500,000. And that is problematic because a lot of small and medium-sized manufacturers that produce everything from shoes to clothing to you name it for our troops will be cut out. And you'll end up getting items that were, clothing that was made in China or flags that were made in China as opposed to the United States. This is endorsed by a group from the Alliance for American Manufacturing to the Warrior Protection Readiness Coalition to the United Steelworkers to 1,000 other small and medium-sized manufacturing companies. And I would urge my colleagues to do this. This is about protecting American jobs, and there's no reason at all for this change to be made in the underlying bill. The third and final amendment is amendment number 22, offered by myself, Representative Walter Jones, and the ranking member of the Armed Services Committee, Adam Smith. It is on Afghanistan. This is basically the same amendment I offered last year that was rejected because we didn't want to embarrass the president. I would urge my colleagues to get over that, if that's what's holding them back, and give me a vote on this time, because this is not about the president. This is about what's right. It is clear now that we're in 2015 that we are now remaining in Afghanistan after December 31st, 2014, and the president has stated that we will be there until the end of December 2016. But it is not clear if we're going to be there any longer than that. Our mission in Afghanistan keeps on changing, even for the current 2-year period. Are we going to continue being involved in combat operations, or only in special operations, or returning to fight the Taliban? Every day I read something a bit different in the newspapers. And so what we need is for the President of the United States to tell us by next spring exactly what our servicemen and women are doing in Afghanistan and for how long. And then the House needs to vote on it and authorize it, or expand it, or limit it, or whatever we decide is right. That is our duty, and that is our responsibility. The 2001 AUMF on Afghanistan simply no longer applies, and everyone in this room knows that. And we need to clearly define our current military mission in Afghanistan and vote to authorize it or not. We're run out of excuses on this, and so I would hope that we could at least have this brought to the floor, and people can vote however they want to vote on it. But I mean, I think we owe it to the men and women who are putting in harm's way. We can't even answer the question to our servicemen and women as to what their mission is, because it changes every week and every month. And I think we ought to bring some clarity to this mission. I think it's the right thing to do, but I think most importantly, it's our job, and we owe it to the men and women who are asked to risk their lives. So that's Amendment 22. I would urge my colleagues to support all 3 of these amendments.
Thank you very much. Gentlemen, hold just a second, please. Did you want to make a comment now? Excuse me, gentlewoman's recognized.
Well, I just want to say that I'm very much aware of one of the amendments that Mr. McGovern, but I can't remember the number, but the Berry Amendment, and on American businesses, and want to lend my support to his amendment. I'm aware very much of how this could impact on small American businesses that do a lot of business with the Defense Department, including the National Federation of Industries of the Blind, who have been in to see me. And so I appreciate what he did on this amendment, and I just lend my support.
Judge Hastings?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the first of 2 amendments is Amendment Number 349, and I am following on several amendments that are before us dealing with Afghanistan, and certainly Mr. McGovern just a minute ago. We're providing $4.1 billion to train and equip the Afghanistan forces. It's nearly $338 million over the President's request. My amendment requests that we transfer $50 million of that, 25 each to Jordan for the purpose of dealing with their burgeoning issues of border control and refugees. And I need not make the argument that I think all of us know, and that is how important Jordan is to this country and to the region and our ally Israel. I think $50 million would be better used by Jordan than to leave it there for some people. I said yesterday, and I repeat, I've been in the predicting business here, and so far, I've been correct in each instance over the period of the last 18 years of making predictions about what was going to happen. I didn't name ISIS, but assuredly I had a feeling, I believe others did, that something bad was going to happen there. We've seen already what happens when others leave Afghanistan, specifically if we use Russia as a for example, that lost accordingly 150,000 troops there. And as soon as they lifted up, the Taliban took over. On a footnote, I would say to you all something that most of you probably don't know, and that is that, to my knowledge, China has not lost a single person in Afghanistan in this particular war that's ongoing. Yet China is already mining resources in Afghanistan, and I don't know, and I stand to be corrected, I don't know of any American businesses that are mining the incredible resources, natural resources that exist in Afghanistan. Amendment number 37, Mr. Chairman, is the Sense of Congress resolution with my colleague David Schweikert. And he and I are the chair of the Tunisia caucus. I think we all know that that's where the so-called Arab Spring began. I also know that most of us know that there are significant terrorists in the Islamic State and in the Levant. It affects not only Tunisia, but also Morocco. And today I met with, and many of you may have already at some point met with the new ambassador from Algeria, who pointed to the fact that in that same region, dealing on his east and south with the ongoing situation in Libya and in Mali, that they have considerable issues. I believe that the very least we could do is send a signal that we think it's a national security priority of the United States to support and cooperate with the Republic of Tunisia by providing assistance to combat the growing terrorist threat there. I might add, President Sebsi is going to be visiting the United States next week, and I don't know yet whether Mr. Schweikert and I will have an opportunity to meet with him. I'm sure that the members of the Foreign Affairs Committee will, and I would invite any of us to participate and hear right straight from the President the progress that they're making there in Tunisia. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the members for their time.
We thank the gentleman very much for his professional presentation and the in-depth analysis that comes underneath that. Thank you very much. Mr. Polis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to start by mentioning an amendment that I co-sponsor with Ms. Tsongas. But I think, you know, based on hearing Mr. Brooks and Mr. King, I want to advocate for similar treatment of this amendment. So whichever way you go with the DACA recipients, if you make the conclusion that I don't agree with, which is somehow this is a different issue than military and its immigration, and therefore in the self-executing rule you take it out. I hope you also do that with this sage grouse stuff. That's what our amendment would do. There's a policy rider that affects endangered species policies in there. So I mean, that's under the jurisdiction of the Natural Resources Committee. And, you know, again, if we have a vote on the immigration one, I'd like to see a vote on the sage grouse amendment. But if we don't get a vote on the immigration one, I don't think we should have a vote on the sage grouse one either. I think that should just be taken out of the bill, and if Natural Resources wants to do something about this or that on the sage grouse, they can do it. But I would like to see some consistency with the rule.
I told you I agree with you.
What's that? I know, I appreciate that. I really do. Thank you for your intellectual consistency. So, you know, and it's obviously your prerogative which way to go on that, and the committee's prerogative, but I just would identify that as a similar issue that, you know, hopefully will be treated similarly. I have three amendments that I'm the lead sponsor on, just to briefly talk about them. One would reduce the mandated number of aircraft carriers to 10 instead of 11. And some people misunderstand this amendment. There was I was with a member on the elevator earlier today who thought I was going after his or her aircraft carrier that was stationed near their district. This is simply the statutorily required number of aircraft carriers. It doesn't directly eliminate any aircraft carriers. Without this amendment, the bill would effectively require the Navy to keep 11 carriers, which is an arbitrary minimum and limits their own flexibility to make their spending decisions. So to be clear, this amendment would allow them, if they choose to reduce their carrier groups from 11 to 10, but does not require it. So that's Amendment 201. Secondly, Amendment 248 reduces the overall spending in the National Nuclear Security Administration's weapons account just down to the President's request level. So again, it finds money, it puts it into the savings account, and I think is something that hopefully would be a good savings. I also want to point out that the House actually already did pass this level of appropriation. It's in the Energy and Water Appropriations Act, which slightly decreased the weapons activities for the National Nuclear Security Administration. My amendment simply conforms the NDAA to the spending bill that already passed on appropriations where these cuts were made. Why authorize at a level more than we're funding? I think that's a temptation for Congress, and whenever we do that, I mean, we certainly do it from time to time, but whenever we do that, there's always a temptation to fund it more. I think that we can make that NNSA cut rather than symbolically increase the funding even though the appropriations aren't there. And I don't think that we can justify giving more authorization than the appropriation than this body already chose to give to that particular program, the NNSA program. Finally, on an exciting note, I'm proud to join my colleague, Mr. Kaufman, on an amendment calling for the DoD in coordination with the VA and NIH and National Research Council to look into the feasibility of research on a potential cancer treatment that's showing tremendous promise. Heavy ion radiotherapy is a type of cancer treatment that targets cancer cells more finely and at greater depths in the body than conventional X-ray therapies, and allows doctors to irradiate cells at a higher dose because it's more focused while minimizing any damage to critical organs. An example of the type of technology that we develop within our military that has great potential civilian and health applications. Unfortunately, this treatment has yet to reach the United States, but our research centers are ready to tackle it. My amendment simply calls on the DoD to examine the feasibility and usefulness into entering agreements to study heavy ion radiotherapy with researchers outside the federal government, like our nation's research universities, and report the findings back to Congress. It's really a common sense amendment that calls upon the DoD to simply take a look at the possibility of growing our research footprint in a promising treatment to a deadly disease that, of course, afflicts not only hundreds of thousands of veterans and service members, but, of course, tragically, many of us in civilian life as well. And on behalf of myself and Congressman Kaufman, I know we'd both be deeply appreciative if we could make Amendment 257 in order, and I'll be happy to yield for any questions.
Thank you very much. I appreciate all three of you taking time. I will, with some insight to the gentleman from Florida, will tell him, notwithstanding whatever this committee decides to do tonight, we'll tell you that you are dead on correct about our Jordanian friends. And they are not only friends of this country, but they have taken on an enormous load that they did not try and get out of, which is interesting how, as you watch human behavior, people try and shift around people, and they have not done that. And whatever we're going to do tonight, would be very pleased to join the gentleman in trying to further the issue as we get to appropriations battles, and want you to know that I respect you for that insight in your words. Yeah. Does anybody else wish time? The gentleman, Mr. Stivers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Four quick things. Number one, I'd like to submit for the record a letter from Congressman French Hill, who couldn't be here tonight, on his amendment, Hill number 215.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Second, I'd like to quickly address an amendment by our colleague from Washington State, the gentleman, Mr. Heck. It's number 249. I really appreciate his work on this. Frankly, you may have seen an amendment from me filed that I withdrew because the gentleman worked in a bipartisan fashion to craft something that is more acceptable to the other side of the aisle. And I'm happy with that. And we came to compromise language that I think everybody's pretty happy with instead of language that would have been a tough vote for folks. It deals with the database that lenders will use with regard to military members and their families when identifying folks for high-cost loans. My concern was the database wasn't going to work as it was charged to work, and if that system didn't work, it couldn't protect anybody. And I wanted to make sure it would work with the way people do business today. Instead of an individual inquiry each time, taking batch inquiries from a day's worth of business activity like most businesses do today. And so Mr. Heck worked with me, and we found compromise language that will the DOD is okay with, that allows them to work to make sure the system actually works. And that's what the amendment does. It's bipartisan and much less controversial. And I wanted to say some kind words about Amendment 249, and I hope it's made in order. It's very non-controversial at this point. Two quick other amendments. I have Amendment number 269, which will encourage the Department of Defense to participate in a joint grant program with the FAA for joint use facilities. It would not change existing programs. They would continue, but it would create a more modern formula for joint use facilities. I feel like that's a really appropriate way to deal with this. It doesn't cost any new money. It doesn't commit our appropriators to any funding level. It just encourages them to collaborate with regard to joint use facilities, which today don't score well under the DOD formula or the FAA formula because they're joint use. So I think this will be a great program that should work really well for those circumstances. The last one is my Amendment 267 that I'm a co-sponsor with Al Green from Texas. The gentleman from Texas has worked with me on this for a long time. It would restore the Battlefield Commission to captain in the Union Army for Sergeant Major Milton Holland, who was served during the Civil War, got a Battlefield Commission. It was later revoked, and he, I believe, deserves his recognition in history as an officer in the United States Army, and as an officer myself. I can tell you Milton Holland came from Ohio in my district, and he rose to Battlefield Commission, and that needs to be restored. It was taken away during a time when, race relations and things, I think, were not appropriate, and I think we need to restore that and restore the honor to the gentleman, and we should make Milton Holland a captain again, and that's what this does. There's no cost to it, but it just rights a wrong that happened a long time ago. Without any other things, I'll yield back the balance of my time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Does any other member seek time? The gentleman from Alabama.
Yep, I wanted to respond briefly to Mr. Polis on Amendment 201. I'm on the Sea Power Subcommittee. This has been a hot topic the whole time I've been on the subcommittee, and it's been a source of consensus finally. When you get a consensus on something that's a hot topic, it's hard to get. The Democrats and the Republicans on the Sea Power Subcommittee and the administration have come to the conclusion that we need 11 carrier groups. And so this is not something that we're forcing on the administration or on the Department of Navy. This is what they want. Now, having said that, the hard part is that going forward, we're going to figure out how to pay for it. And I don't want to sit here today and pretend that any of us can tell you today we know how to go forward in the years that are coming out. But there was an original thought by the Navy that they could go to 10. That became a very controversial decision both within and without the Navy. And I think after going through that period of sort of reflection by everybody, and I didn't have a dog in the fight going into it, I'm listening, I think everybody came out of that saying, we've got to figure out a way to maintain 11 carrier strike groups. And I understand what you're saying. You don't want us to tell them you have to do it. I think they now want us to tell them that they have to do it. And I yield back.
If I can respond?
Sure.
Yeah, so, I agree with you completely that currently that is the plan. They want 11. What the amendment would do is simply give the future flexibility if they need to cut back to 10 without going back for a different authorization. So, I mean, the current language sets the, it doesn't allow a cut below 11 carriers. So as you said, the rubber meets the road in how to pay for things, right? So the scenario under which I think this would be useful as part of the authorization is, let's say we're doing appropriations the year after next, or 2-3 years down the road, and there's some decisions that the Navy needs to make. They'll need to make those subject to the authorization that's in effect at that time. And given that this has been a topic that has been out there, has been discussed, of course, right now, the conclusion has been made, and I don't know enough to agree or disagree with it, to stick with 11. It's certainly, I don't object to it. I think it would be nice within the authorization to have that flexibility for the sake of the future.
Yeah, if I may respond to that, remember, this is a one-year authorization bill, so what we put in here is good for the next fiscal year. At the end of it, during next year, when we're doing this, we determine, hey, this is just not realistic financially, then we just change it in next year's bill and say, all right, going forward, we've decided we can't do 11, we're going to go back to 10. So I would say, for purposes of this bill, which lasts 1 year, we ought to leave it at 11.
Yeah, we have one additional appropriation cycle that we haven't done yet under this bill, so that would be when this would come to bear. So we'll see what those funding levels are, of course.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I just want to ask unanimous consent to insert in the record a statement by Representative VC and another statement by Representative Takai, some extended materials that he had provided the committee.
Without objection, those will be entered to the record. Thank you very much. I'd also like to enter to the record a statement by Peter J. Roscom, 6th Congressional District of Illinois. Without objection, that will be entered in the record also. Thank you. It appears that we have now come to the end of testimony. I'm sorry? Well, close. The end of testimony. And what is now occurring, as naturally occurs, is a chance for the final results to be, or at least the final tally to come up so that we can then figure out what it is. So what I'd like to do is take about 15 minutes. I haven't eaten dinner. I'm sure nobody else has either, but about 15 minutes. We should be prepared to come back at the call of the chair, and then we'll move quickly through those things. And it's my hope, while not everybody in the committee is going to be happy, it's my hope that you'll see some balance contained therein. So it's all in the eye of the beholder. So, subject to the call of the chair, which I would anticipate will be about 15 minutes, that's where we stand. Oh, you come testify, you don't get squat.
Or if they came in late, you don't approve them. You don't.
Committee will come to order, and thank you very much. I apologize for the delay. We, however, are prepared to move forward, and I'll yield to the gentlewoman from Grandfather Community, North Carolina, Vice Chairman of the committee, the gentlewoman, Mrs. Fox, for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee report a structured rule for further consideration of H.R. 1735, National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2016. The rule provides that no further general debate shall be in order. Section 2 of the rule makes an order as original text for purpose of amendment, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of text of Rules Committee Print 114-14 and provides that it shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against said amendment in the nature of a substitute. The rule makes an order only those further amendments printed in the report, amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of the resolution. Each such amendment printed in the report may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. Rule waives all points of order against the amendments printed in the report or against amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of the resolution. Section 3 of the rule provides it shall be in order at any time for the chair of the Committee on Armed Services or his designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of amendments printed in the report not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Armed Services or their designees, shall not be subject to amendment, shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. Finally, Section 4 of the rule provides one motion to recommit with or without instructions.
You've now heard the motion from the Vice Chairman of the committee. Is there amendment or discussion? Gentleman from Massachusetts recognized.
Well, first of all, let me say I appreciate the committee's willingness to work with me on my amendment with regard to the Berry amendment. I want to thank my colleague Virginia Fox for working with me on it. Hopefully, we have a compromise, but that's still worth offering. We'll figure that out tomorrow when we get all the details. But I appreciate the time that was taken, and also for the people on the Rules Committee, and also on the Armed Services Committee. I have a couple of amendments I want to offer. One is I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee grant H.R. 1735 an open rule so that all members have the opportunity to offer amendments to the bill on the floor.
Discussion? Those in favor of the Montgomery amendment, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. Noes have it, noes have it.
Roll call, Mr.
Roll call votes requested.
Ms. Fox? No. Ms. Fox? No. Mr. Cole? Mr. Woodall? No. Mr. Woodall, no. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, no. Mr. Stivers? No. Mr. Stivers, no. Mr. Collins? No. Mr. Collins, no. Mr. Byrne? No. Mr. Byrne, no. Mr. Newhouse? No. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Slaughter? Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Mr. Hastings? Aye. Mr. Hastings, aye. Mr. Polis? Aye. Mr. Polis, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk will report the total.
3 yeas, 8 nays.
Motion is not, amendment's not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman?
For a minute. Gentlemen, seek time. Gentleman's recognized.
I was just going to ask my friend from Massachusetts if he was going to make the open rules request, if we could do that before the 7 hours of testimony instead of after the 7 hours of testimony. I'd be much more likely to be a part of that. I just friendly request.
We've had a few discussions tonight. At least one member of the committee has suggested that if you don't come here, we make everything in order. If you do, we don't. I'll let you figure out which Mrs. Fox said that. I don't want to throw her under the bus, but, you know, it was a very friendly amendment.
No, and I think every member should feel what we feel here. So,
well, there's a lot of truth to that.
I have another amendment, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's recognized.
I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for the amendment to H.R. 1735 by me, Representative Jones, and Ranking Member Smith, number 22, which would strike Section 1213 of the bill and replace it with language requiring the President to determine and inform Congress by March 31st, 2016, for what purpose and for how long U.S. troops will remain in Afghanistan, and for Congress to vote on that determination 30 days afterwards. And I just, I make this pitch every time. We keep on finding excuses not to deal with these issues. This is the Defense Authorization Bill. I think it is the appropriate place to discuss the fact that we're at war in many places in the world, and it really, I think, should trouble every member that we're operating in Afghanistan now in a way that there is no end in sight to the war, and we don't even know what our mission is. So I'd urge my colleagues to, this is germane to the bill, doesn't need any waivers, but we ought to debate it, and people ought to go on record one way or the other, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes on it.
Further discussion? Vote now be on the McGovern amendment. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
Noes have it, noes have it.
As for roll call.
Ms.
Gentlemen,
Fox.
ask for roll call vote.
Ms. Fox, no. Mr. Cole, Mr. Woodall. Mr. Woodall, no. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess, yes. Mr. Stivers. Mr. Stivers, yes. Mr. Collins. Mr. Collins, no. Mr. Byrne. Mr. Byrne, no. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Slaughter. Mr. McGovern. Mr. McGovern, aye. Mr. Hastings.
I want to don't vote so that Cybers can't correct his vote. I'm an aye.
Mr. Hastings, aye. Mr. Polis. Aye. Mr. Polis, aye. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman,
And
no.
I would ask the clerk.
Boo.
Mr. Stivers, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 7 nays.
The amendment's not agreed to. Further amendment or discussion, gentleman from
Mr.
Florida is
Chairman,
recognized.
I do not have an amendment to offer. I appreciate very much the one amendment made in order, and I intend, Mr. Chairman, to follow through with you on the issue of
Jordanian.
doing what we can
Yes,
with
sir.
reference to Jordan. And I'm very serious about the fact that we're just throwing away money by giving Afghanistan $1 billion. First off, most of it, I'm not clear about the oversight, and I've tried to learn. Most of it isn't going to go where it's intended, and I'm just a little bit tired of us giving folk money and us not being able to do things here at home. It just doesn't make sense. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Mr. Post, you seek time?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order and give the necessary waivers for amendment number 248, 257, and 247 to H.R. 1735. The first two of which I'm the prime sponsor, and the second one I'm proud to sponsor with my colleague, Mr. Blumenauer from Oregon.
Further discussion? Vote now be on the Pulse amendment. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Noes have it, noes have it.
Roll call, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman ask for a roll call vote.
Ms. Fox. No. Ms. Fox, no. Mr. Cole. Mr. Woodall. No. Mr. Woodall, no. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess, no. Mr. Stivers. Mr. Stivers, no. Mr. Collins. Mr. Collins, no. Mr. Byrne. No. Mr. Byrne, no. Mr. Newhouse. No. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Slaughter. Mr. McGovern. Mr. McGovern, aye. Mr. Hastings. Mr. Hastings, aye. Mr. Polis. Aye. Mr. Polis, aye. Mr. Chairman. No. Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk will report the total.
3 yeas, 8 nays.
The amendments, excuse me, not agreed to, not agreed to. Further amendments or discussion? Vote. Probably not, but I appreciate the try. All right, the vote now be on the motion from the gentlewoman from Grandfather Community, North Carolina, the Vice Chairman of the committee, Mrs. Fox. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The ayes have it, the ayes have it.
As for roll call.
Gentleman asks for a roll call vote.
Ms. Fox. Aye. Ms. Fox, aye. Mr. Cole. Mr. Woodall. Aye. Mr. Woodall, aye. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Stivers? Mr. Stivers, aye. Mr. Collins? Mr. Collins, aye. Mr. Byrne? Mr. Byrne, aye. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, aye. Ms. Slaughter? Mr. McGovern?
No.
Mr. McGovern, no. Mr. Hastings? Mr. Hastings, no. Mr. Polis? Mr. Polis, no. Mr. Chairman?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, aye.
Clerk will report the total.
8 yeas, 3 nays.
The motion is agreed to. Motion is agreed to. The gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Byrne, will be handling this for Republicans.
And I will be handling for Democrats.
And Mr. McGovern for Democrats. If the question did come up, I would say we do not plan to meet another time this week. No plans for that. I want to, as I have occasionally done, congratulate and thank the committee for handling what I consider to be very difficult issues this week. I appreciate the staffs. Their staff has done an awesome job. I appreciate their ability to effectively stay in focus of what we're trying to do. We need to finish off what we're doing this week as we get to the floor, but I want to thank you. I look forward to seeing you on the floor and certainly next week. And I want to thank the committee and a special note tonight to our stenographer who is up late once again. We're done with our work for the week.